That's just what's happening. We are winning.
We winning. We winning. We winning. We winning. We winning. We winning. We winning. We winning. Yeah. We winning. We winning. I know they hating out here. Yeah. I know they mad. They all in their feelings. But baby, I don't care. She calling the police on me and everything. Yeah. Somebody need to get on the phone, call my attorney. Dealing with these hard-headed hoes who ain't learned.
Salute, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Simple Shit TV. I'm your host, Alvin Holden, also known as Project 8020, here with my brother, Broken Blade. What's up, sir? How are you doing?
What's up, man? I'm good.
Good. Got all sorts of funny things happening at the same time right now. How was the rest of your afternoon?
Pretty good.
That's what I'm talking about. We are going to talk about, Representative Paulina Luna. Do you know this lady?
The name sounds familiar, but nah.
I'll say it like this, Broken Blade. If there's any doubt that it pays to be cute, this is probably one of those. Probably one of those things. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not to say that she's not effective at her job, or it's not to say that she's not doing her job properly and whatever, because she's definitely doing that. But it's just everybody's energy is just a little bit different with her compared to everybody else, so it's very interesting to see, on the outside looking in. She doesn't get the kind of energy that a lot of other politicians do. But before we get super duper deep into it, Sheridan, what's going on? How are you doing? Salute to everybody that's coming through. Now look, Broken Blade, I think that we're busting out of YouTube purgatory. You know what I'm saying? We're well, military crawl, what do they call it? When you do the elbow, like the elbows, and
yeah,
what's that called? There's I forget, it's a specific term for it, but we're trying to crawl up out of the depths. We're going to try to keep our nose relatively clean here. We're going to try to stay out of trouble. So that means we might be a little bit boring sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Or cover some things that are not so popular. But one of the things that is kind of popular is Miss Paulina Luna. She kind of looks, she's a good looking lady. You know what I'm saying? And so she's been in the news doing some things. And there's an article that came by. This is kind of a messed up picture that they chose of her. Can I be real with y'all? Look. What man, Politico's kind of messed up for this. No? Does that not you know what I'm saying? Does that not look like a corn star photo?
but it does kind of bear credence to your point,
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like her mouth is all open. You know what I'm saying? Perky lips. You know what I'm saying? Looks like there should be like a enter here sign over her forehead. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, am I being crude? Right? Like, is that not what that? Oh, sorry, wrong. There it is. Right? Like, does she got her mouth open and stuff? Like,
a touch, man. I am getting flashbacks to when Lisa Ann did the video acting as Sarah Palin.
oh, man, yeah, that was tough. I mean, you know what? It's got to be rough being an attractive woman in politics. It's got to be kind of hard. Like, people don't take you serious, right? I mean, am I tripping? I mean, I guess we just don't see very many attractive women in politics. I guess is that what it is? So when there is one, because Tulsi Gabbard, right? Like she's a bit because like Tulsi Gabbard is not like if you actually get close up and you know no shade, but you know when you really get a close up look at her in person or not in person, but just a close up look at her, like she's not Tulsi Gabbard's like not that attractive, but like she's just like way more attractive than like a Nancy Pelosi. You know what I'm saying? And so she was like she just instantly became like the superstar of the Democrat Party just because she was like, she had a vajayjay and she was like, she looked
office.
I mean, she look, she was in the military. She served time and she, you know, so it's not, I don't want to demean her, you know, who she was as a candidate or a person. I'm just saying that she was, as far as women in politics go, she was on the case. You know what? Hold on a second. Let me just prove my point. We all know what Nancy Pelosi looks like, but so we're not even going to go there. But check this out. Like let's just so let's say we go the other direction, right? We find a person that's like right, like Katie, like
yeah,
like you know, all right, like I mean, I don't have to say anything. I don't have to say anything. You know, I'm just.
Should I have to ask the other question that sadly we have to ask so many times nowadays?
What's that?
Is she cisgendered?
Katie Porter?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. Nothing sticks out as, you know, I've never heard of her say anything, but, you know, but true to form, I guess she's an educator. I think she was like a school teacher or something first. And I think she taught in college and so on. I think she's like an economics. I think she might have been like a finance or economics person or whatever. I think she's just super intelligent. I think she's like a genius. She's just not what's the word? Classically attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. So anyway, look, I don't do you think I'm gonna try to do a good job of bringing this thing full circle. How much do you think Congress makes a year trading stocks?
Easily 6 figures.
Millions.
Yeah. Easily.
Millions. That's seven plus figures. How much money has Congress made in stocks? 2024. Let's see. What they say is the fortunes of Democratic lawmakers saw an average return of 31% and Republicans saw a 26% increase, both outperforming the S&P 500's 24.9% gain. Some individual lawmakers like Nancy Pelosi reportedly saw extremely high returns, with one analysis indicating a 54% gain on her portfolio. 54%. So, and that's just in 2024.
Yeah.
That's just in 2024. Yeah, millions. So, you know, I find that to be particularly heinous.
Yeah.
Personally. And something needs to be done about it. So, Miss Anna Paulina Luna, Miss Luna, Representative Luna, is trying to get the money out of Congress. And you have to imagine that both, you saw like Democrats 32%, but the Republicans was almost 25%, 24 and some change, right? So neither side, I'm sure, really wants to, give up that opportunity. And on the outside, it's like, okay, well, what's the big deal, Alvin? What's the big deal? I don't know. Say, Tesla gets the okay through the government or through the state. They get approval for a battery factory. And Congress knows that they've been approved for this battery factory before the general public. And Congress goes on ahead and before the announcement buys Tesla stock. And then the announcement gets made and then Tesla stock jumps. And then a whole bunch of Congress people make money on the stock. That's the simplest way I can make it. Now, not including the fact that these Congress people vote on whether or not this type of legislation can pass in the first place. So it's like, it's cheating. Should be against the law.
Yeah.
No, it's not, but it should be. Anyway, shout out to Shirley. Yeah, he said insider trading has been happening for years, and now it's that's how politicians get rich. Absolutely. But, like I said, in keeping with trying to keep us from not getting kicked off the internet, we're going to be nice and boring a little bit and try to talk about some real news. So I'm just going to hammer through this real quick. And then what we're going to do is we're going to cover an interview that Miss Luna had on valuetainment. And then she speaks about whether or not there are extraterrestrials, because she's on that whole she's been involved very closely with that whole thing. And so what's that?
31 Atlas in particular, or
she doesn't speak on that. She speaks on pretty much everything else. So everything else that's been going on. Yeah, the 3i Atlas thing is really interesting. It's there's definitely some weird stuff going on. There's definitely some strange things going on. But here's the thing, Broken Blade. When you really look at it, it's like, what can you really prove? Like, are you looking up? Like, this thing's pointing up at the sky and it's giving you dots and colors, and their computers are reading this stuff and you just have to trust it. And I always wondered how, I get it. I understand, like, okay, the reflection and the light, how it bounces, and color of the light and the wavelength of the light is going to tell you what materials they are, what gases they are, and you can judge by this in relation to that, how fast something's moving, and it's just math, and the computers are doing all these calculations. I kind of understand that, but then in the same breath, you tell me that like 95% of the ocean is like not charted, and to me, it gives me, it's like, right. So some of these physicists and so on have been writing papers about 3i Atlas, and people have been trying to report. NASA stopped reporting about 3 weeks ago. They stopped sharing pictures about 3 weeks ago. So there definitely, like, something is afoot. I just don't exactly know what it is. And we don't have the power to like look up there and see anything. So, instead of like waking out about it, I figure we just, wait till they just show up on the White House lawn and say, take me to your leader, Yeah. But we're going to come back to that. So let's just like hammer through this. This is Politico. Says Republican Paulina Luna will attempt to force a House vote on congressional stock trading ban September, creating a new headache for Speaker Mike Johnson when members return to Washington for their summer recess. Now, interesting. I think, to be honest with you, I honestly think that part of the shutdown was them trying to slow roll this. I think this is one of the things I think they were trying to slow roll. If I had, I think because it's kind of a big deal. The Florida lawmaker on Tuesday says she plans to file a discharge petition that time seeking a floor vote on legislation written by Representative Tim Burchett out of Tennessee that would end members' ability to trade individual securities. And again, I think that this is actually really pretty darn important. It'll happen as soon as we get back, she said. Luna is moving forward with this highly sensitive effort after internal talks over proposals to curb lawmaker trading have gone sideways on Capitol Hill. With the Republicans themselves at loggerheads over the way forward after months of talks, the issue, however, is gaining new momentum among bipartisan faction of members who argue a crackdown is necessary to root out corruption, except for those people that are actually using it, right?
Yeah.
House Ethics Committee concluded last week that Representative Mike Kelly's wife, check this out. Mike Kelly's wife bought shares of steelmaker Cleveland Cliffs after Kelly's office learned the Commerce Department was launching an investigation that could result in tariffs benefiting the company. Before notice of investigation was made public, Kelly and Pennsylvania Republican is a senior member of the Ways and Means Committee. So they have insider knowledge. House Republicans also have privately raised concerns about Representative Bob Bresnahan, other Pennsylvania Republican who has been a prolific stock trader after promising on the campaign trail to push a trading ban in Congress. Bresnahan has since introduced his own legislation and argues someone else manages his portfolio.
So you said a politician lied? The hell you say?
See what he did there. A discharge position allows a majority of the House to sidestep the majority party leadership's control of the floor agenda. Forcing a vote requires gathering signatures from 218 House members, but successful discharges are rare because it is considered a serious breach of party loyalty for majority members to sign them. Luna already successfully pursued a discharge this year over an effort to secure proxy voting for parents of newborns, but she agreed to back off her push after President Donald Trump intervened. So, when Trump pulls rank, he pulls rank, I guess. The uproar adds to the politically explosive challenges Johnson will face when lawmakers return from their recess. He's already facing the threat of separate discharge positions from Representative Thomas Massey out of Kentucky that would force a vote on a bipartisan bill to release Jeffrey Epstein-related documents. The spokesperson for Johnson did not respond to a request for comment. Imagine that. A bipartisan group of House members, including Representative AOC, have been trying to chart a way forward on a stock trading ban for months without a resolution, according to 5 people granted anonymity to discuss the private conversations. They have been unable to settle a compromise between several competing bills, including Burchett's legislation and separate, more comprehensive bipartisan bill from Representatives Chip Roy and Seth Magaziner.
I think so.
Magaziner. Interesting. Members all already bound by a 2012 law that bans trading on congressional insider knowledge and requires lawmakers to report their trades. Democrats have wielded the issue as political cudgel against the GOP after public disclosures revealed that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Georgia purchased stocks during a tariff-induced dip in the market, only for those stocks to later rise in value. So even Marjorie Taylor Greene is in on it, and she's kind of like full-blown MAGA, like she's like MAGA, all the way MAGA. But pursuing a total ban has been divisive, with many members of both parties quietly concerned about the prospect of divesting significant portfolios with potential tax implications. There are serious doubts about whether a bill that the House passes could be enacted by Senate where there are even more widespread concerns. Given those sensitivities, leaders of both parties have in recent years moved to keep both the issue off the House floor. I wonder why, where members would be hard pressed to cast a vote against it. Johnson and former Speaker Nancy Pelosi expressed skepticism of the idea of banning members trade before later offering guarded support. Pelosi, however, never allowed legislation to move that would prohibit the practice. So far, neither has Johnson. Luna's effort promises to sidestep leaders and force the issue. Shout out to her though, because she's really she's a pit bull, that one. So, I mean, it's not sexy, Broken Blade, but I mean, it is pretty darn important, you know.
Let's say pit bull. How? Like what? What has she actually gotten?
Well, you know,
pushed?
she's on a lot of these councils where they, you know, they're looking over like the Epstein files and JFK and MLK and all that stuff, and she's tried to get some of that stuff out. I think that some JFK files came out that she just got a hold of. Essentially, she tracked it down from Russia. Russia had been, obviously they were spying on us. And I think that they had a lead on, you know, one, Lee R. Harvey Oswald, and two, I think they knew that there was a assassination team in the United States at the time, and they handed over the records that they had, proving that those people were in the United States and that they were planning on doing something. So it backed up what everyone has been saying on this side already, but obviously the people on this side destroyed all the evidence. You know what I'm saying? So she's on those committees. Committees is the word I was looking for. Brain's moving kind of slow this afternoon. So she seems to be not bending the knee to some of these things. And she seems to be forthcoming from what I can tell, as far as trying to at least get some answers, which has not made her very popular. But see, here's what I'm talking about, Broken Blade. But since she's cute, it's like, who can threaten the cute chick? So she's kind of like, she's been able to kind of like push things a little bit further along than they would normally go, but still not being able to get very much done. But you know,
Mom, yeah, you wanted the black pill, like she tried. Like, did she really, or is it all a front? Not specifically her, but it's not specifically like condemning her, but it's just like all of the system is like they can come up with laws and try to push bills that they know wouldn't go through, but like sound sexy to the average Joe just to say they have it on record. Let's see how far for you, even though they knew it wasn't going to go anywhere.
Well, see, you know that this is the same person that got that's trying to get Trey Songz out of jail.
That's why I know the name. We covered it before.
Yeah. So who's the white chick that thinks she's black? I forget. The one with the tattoo on her. She kind of has some bald-headed slut walk. The one that wrote the book, The Slut Walk.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking
Amber
about.
Rose?
Yeah. So Amber Rose is the one who reached out to Paulina Luna, and was like, hey, you need to look at this case. And she did. And as soon as she did, she went straight to the attorney general. And then what's his face got stabbed up like right before. Before it came out and became public. But, you know, the people that know, that was when he got shanked up.
But he's still behind bars, is he not?
Yeah, they had to move him to another prison, I think, and they haven't. Yeah.
So again,
So I mean, maybe you were onto something. Maybe you were onto something. Maybe it's just, maybe it's lipstick on a pig. So, but they addressed this on the valuetainment.
Like,
say what?
It'd be cool if she is walking like she's talking it, but
I mean,
just very few people.
I mean, it's all set up to where you can only do so much anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I imagine that, even if she's earnest, I believe there's probably only so much that she can do. But it seems as though there's being attempts are being made from what I can tell. But she comes up on valuetainment and they're going to talk about it real quick. So we're just going to let her talk, let them kind of go back and forth. We'll chime in here in just a second. And then we'll get to some of the more and then we're going to talk about aliens. and we're going to keep it short today. We're going to keep it short. I'm freaking running on fumes and the to-do list is this long. So, but we're going to try to keep it.
Always ask me how I do. How are you doing, bro?
So
you be going hard in the paint, man.
I'm just trying and I don't know. We'll see.
Shit.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean,
don't have the time.
I think what happens here's what I'll say. When you get to be our age, my age, and maybe a lot of brothers will be able to relate to this. I've had to reinvent myself 3 or 4 times. I've had 3 or 4 different careers. I've made a lot of other people a lot of money. I've stopped things that I was doing for myself, businesses that I was building for myself in order to help some other cause that I thought was going to also help me, and people kind of stole from me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I've had to hit the reset button. This is probably one of the first times where it's it's all me. So if I fail, then it's all me. It's my fault, and no one can say anything about it, right? And so I'm running out of time, and I know people my age. I know buddies of mine that I went to high school and college with have kids that are going to college right now. Are they where they want to be? Maybe, maybe not. But they got families. I don't have a family of my own. Do I have a legacy business of my own? I don't have a legacy business of my own. So, just on a personal note, as a professional, even with things that I think that a lot of people would probably be relatively proud of, I haven't hit the numbers or done the things that I think that I need to have hit. And so with the clock still ticking, the need to push some of these things across the finish line trump everything else. That includes sleep, that includes comfort, that includes, the frills and vacations and whatever, that trumps all that shit. And so, and so for me, I don't even, so I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I think, and what I would also say is that, the way it kind of works is that, you learn a lot of lessons with your earlier jobs. And what happens is, you get to that, 40 to 50 range. And, what you do is you take the failures or the things that you've learned from previous jobs and previous experiences. And then what happens is that you can see the landscape a little bit better and you can understand, okay, this business, there's a hole there. This business, there's a hole there. There's I see a niche over here. There's a need over here. There's a need over here. And you can take that know-how and you roll it up into a business, and then hopefully you can be successful at something. And so that's kind of where I am anyway.
Yeah.
And so I think that I've done enough. I think I've acquired enough knowledge. I think that I've formulated a good enough plan, and now it's a matter of, can you push it across the finish line? Can you execute? And so that's kind of where I'm at. And so none of that other shit matters. That includes sleep. That includes women. That includes all that shit. Like, can you execute? Can you execute? Is all the bullshit's out the way now. You know, if you fail, it's on you. There's no one you can blame. There's no whatever. And again, you know, you still have to be able to pivot if you need to, and willing to pivot if you need to. But yeah, man, I don't even think about, it's like, what do I got to do tomorrow? What do I got to do the next day? What do I got to do the next day? You know, let's push this thing across the finish line. And that's all that's on my brain at this point, you know? Gotcha. So, but yeah, I'm good. I'm good though. Shout out to the International Quiet Store. My brother from another mother. What's up, bro? Thank you so much for the $5 holla. Hold on. Where am I at? I'm right here. Shout out to you, bro. Wait, let me turn this up real quick. And oh, man, hardest working brother on the internet, not showing his face. So I know you doing the damn thing. He is out here, boy. I appreciate you. And how are you doing, man? Who's Quiet Storm? Who are we missing? Who do we need to be following these days? If there's a channel, because International Quiet Storm is absolutely on point. Oh man, appreciate you, dog. You know, working up a sweat. We're doing the dang thing. We're trying to look. I'm trying to keep my people healthy. Look, if you guys have never hit a heavy bag before, I'm doing free classes on my other channel, Project 8020. It is, if you're not sure what to do, I'm keeping it super duper simple so that anybody can follow along. You know, work up a sweat. You know, maybe you put it at the beginning of your workout, end of your workout. Maybe that is all of your workout. You know, do whatever. My gift to the world, my gift to the internet is I'm giving you guys some fitness. I think that for me, it's stress relief. I'm sweating my butt off. You know, I'm getting a really good workout. I get a little bit of aggression out. I think that it's a great way, a great jumping off point for a lot of us to kind of get jump off on our like fitness journey. You know, I'm hoping to help you guys kind of shave some weight and knock off some pounds. If I can help you do that, shit, man. That's it. I would love to see 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people on the live, banging on a bag, you know, sweating all across the country at the same time. That would be dope. I would absolutely do that for free. I would do that for free. I absolutely would do that for free. That's the most gangster shit I've ever, bro. If I could, trust me. So I'm fine tuning the class. Thank you, Quiet Storm. I'm fine tuning the class. I'm getting the microphones and the sounds, and I'm trying to balance everything out. Me and Broken Blade were talking about it earlier. You know, after we get done, I always, you know, we do a debrief, and I'm asking him how it was, what he thought, how he feels, and so as I'm starting to perfect the class, you know, I'm start promoting it and pushing it a little harder and really getting it out there. But yeah, man, I want us to be fit, man. I want us to be fit. I really want us to be fit. So shout out to you, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. So anyways, Patrick Bet David. I personally not a huge fan of him. I don't think he thinks very highly of black people. He only brings black people on to, you know, what did he do? You know, it's like Tupac, Suge Knight, and Diddy. That's all he talks about when it comes to black people. So I don't think he takes black folks that serious, but it is what it is. Either way, he did have an interview with Miss Paulina Luna and they talk about some pretty interesting things. Now, we're going to talk about the stock thing now, and then we're going to talk about aliens right after. So, let's hear what they got to say.
How much?
Back to the Russian docs.
Yeah. How much does it bother you that? And maybe I'm wrong. Does your investment portfolio outperform Nancy Pelosi's? Like,
I don't own stock.
Okay.
Yeah.
got it.
So
Are
I
you
don't own
not
stock.
able to, or you choose not to?
No, I could. I choose not to.
Okay.
I think it's a bad look. Which is what
At all? Nothing.
Well, yeah, I don't have any stocks. Like I don't invest in.
You know how legal contracts
real
can
quick,
somehow
Broken
take
Blade.
days to review? With Spellbook, that's over.
Do you think that that's an admirable thing as a politician for her not to, not to be
If she's telling
involved?
the truth, yeah.
I kind of think so.
Yeah.
Right. Now, from what I can tell, I think she's said that she's from a single parent family. She's a single. She's married herself, but she was raised by her mother only. And so, and from what I can tell, they were like, not, they were poor, so they were on welfare and so on and so forth. Man, thank you so much, Quietstorm. I appreciate you, bro. I really do. Thank you so much, brother. I really do appreciate you. So she's not from a, wealthy family, wealthy background, so on and so forth, which is why I really think it's like, okay, I can kind of see, maybe some of that is authentic, but I know where you're coming from. Let's hear what else she has to say here.
Is what
At all? Nothing.
Well, yeah, I don't have any stocks. Like I don't invest in.
You
the stock
cho-
market.
So did you have it? You sold and
I did. I initially had a couple in like a company that was supposed to be helping with medical blindness, but I was like, I don't even want it, and it wasn't a lot. It was like $1,000, so it was like nothing. And I was like, I'm not dealing with this. But what's interesting is I was having a conversation with Representative Burchett because when you see people on all sides getting 600% returns, they're buying stocks prior to us giving weapons to another country. They're buying stocks prior to different things happening with the market that we know are going to happen. We're meeting with the CEOs. They're in committee. We're working on the legislation. It's bullshit that it's not illegal to do this, right? Or their wives who are great, lovely ladies, but not savvy in the stock market are making these great purchases. And you're like, wow, how is that happening? How's Karen doing this? That gives Congress such a bad reputation. If you wanted to know why the American people hate Congress so much, it's like, look no further than insider trading. Banning insider trading for members of Congress is one of the most bipartisan, popular issues in this country. And yet when I informed the leadership that I was going to be doing, and actually did a press conference, I said, hey, I will give you to the end of September, which ironically enough, we're not in, there's a shutdown right now, so I couldn't bring it. But when we get back, we will be pushing for it. But I told them I'm going to do it at the end of this month. They basically, in a group chat with me and Representative Burchett, someone said, you're forcing your colleagues to take a bad vote. And some people use this to pay for their kids' college education. And, you're going to cost us the midterm elections. And, this could hurt the
You hear that?
Republic.
this is a conservative saying this.
We're gonna call them that. So, but like all that to say that, for me specifically, when you're hearing that, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like the founding fathers did not have stock portfolios. And by the way, they weren't schlepping it to Washington, D.C. and they weren't going to be there the entire time. This is not a long-term goal for them. But what it's become is it's evolved into this like nasty machine where people do this full time and they have no issues insider trading and all that. I was like, I'm saving the Republic. I'm not breaking it. What are you talking about? If you have, these invested portfolios that are going into the defense industry or the pharmaceutical industry, how would you ever be expected to advocate for those people, right? So this gets into, do we need campaign finance reform? I would hope so. I think so. I think that it's ridiculous how much money goes into congressional seats. I can tell you that when I first ran, I was, using the grassroots fundraising. The second time I ran, I was grossly outspent, 3-1 and then 12-1 the first time I ran. And I won my last election cycle. I was pretty severely outspent there too. But
Did you catch that? The cute factor, dog. She was outspent all the way around, but she still won. And I imagine if I had to guess, I don't know. I mean, I can speculate. I mean, she knows what she's talking about. And again, I don't mean to diminish her qualifications. That's not what I'm here for.
At the same time, though, like,
but you can't deny that.
It is what it is.
Right.
It's like how many of these two girls, even like law-abiding and decent people as they are, they go a little over the speed limit, pulled over by the police. How many have floated their way out of the ticket? Like, it is what it is. The same shit.
Same shit. Yeah, it's just on the other end of the spectrum from us. Yeah.
The point is it should not cost, tens of millions of dollars to run for Congress. And unless you do have somewhat of a social media platform to where you can compete with the special interest money coming in from Washington, you're not going to get elected to Congress. I met great people that want to run for office, and they'll never be able to do it because they'll be outspent. They'll message on your branding or what they want to hit you on. Everyone has a positive and negative rating in politics, messaging, all of it. And if you're outspent, you can't share your message back, then that's too bad. People will see it on TV, they believe it, they don't question it, and then that's it.
So in this area, you and AOC do get along. So it's something that
On this issue, yeah.
Okay.
But it's like me and it's a cross section of conference does connect on this issue, yeah.
who on both sides is aggressively against this? Of
So
course,
look at
Nancy.
the top 50 stock traders in Congress, and you'll see everyone.
Can you pull that up, Rob? Can you pull up because it's public? We've reported.
This is kind of crazy. I just want to touch on this a little bit. I can't believe us as Americans let this slide for so long like this. It's kind of sad. Like, how have we let this get so far out of whack? Like, how?
On this before, it's not hard to find.
And to be clear, I mean, I have become wildly popular in Congress for this legislation. That's
Wildly popular.
That's a joke. Yeah, that's a joke. I'll my guts over.
Yeah, I believe you. So this is it. So if we go through it, Nancy Pelosi, she's the coach. She's like a Warren Buffett. Oh wow, Mitt Romney's in there. Most profitable Congress traders.
Let's see, Nancy Pelosi. You sitting down, Broken Blade? $24.1 million. Mitt Romney, he's no longer in Congress, but 17.4 million. I imagine he's got friends in high places. Mark Warner, $11.4 million. Rick Scott, $8 million. Mitch McConnell, $6 million. Sarah Jacobs, $4.9 million. Sheldon Whitehouse, $4.4 million. Josh Gottheimer, $3.8 million. Pete Ricketts, $3.4 million. We wonder why nothing gets done in Washington. This is why. Because these fools is eating.
Romney's not.
No, this isn't it, Rob. There's another one that they have. Who's the next one? Mark Warner. Let me just read those names right
So,
there.
and to be clear, there are people that do have portfolios that were like, well, we'd support this if, during the divestment, or we're not taxed on it if we're forced to pull out, because they do have people that are running their portfolios. But I mean,
You want to pull up returns, not dollar. Because Mitt Romney's a $500 million guy. You were saying, and I'm sorry.
yeah, but it's just like you have these people. I'm not talking about the ones that are independently wealthy going and nothing's changed, because there's a lot of that. But I'm talking like you go and make it 175 and you come out in like 2-3 terms, you're a multimillionaire.
Or a couple hundred.
Yeah, it's like,
Or a couple
how does that
hundred,
couple
you're like
hundred, which tends to be the ongoing trend here,
Yeah. There's companies that got started purely on
tracking politicians' trades.
And you're able to invest exactly the way Nancy Pelosi trades. And Tom, who on the podcast last week, he said he invested into this one company. And he
I wanted to get to this part right here.
put $50,000 and matched 100%, and it's legal, 100% of what Nancy Pelosi did with her investments. Since he put the $50,000 in July, he's already made 18% return in 3 months.
Yeah, it's literally
18% in 3 months. $100,000.
That moves. You gonna find that suspicious?
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? Of course, we know what time it is. The question is, who's going to do something about it? What you going to do about it? That's the thing, bro. That's the shit. That's the most gangster thing about it, though. It's like, what are you going to do about it, though? Nothing. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's what you're going to do. Not a goddamn thing is what you're going to do. Not a goddamn thing. Ain't that crazy? It makes me want to break things, dog. Flip tables and stuff. And I'm trying to censor myself because I don't want to be like beep, 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 beep. But yeah. So, it is what it is. But I wanted to get to we're gonna start talking about aliens, I think. I think that's where are we here? Yeah, here we go. All right, so we ready? Let's see. So Broken Blade, we've had a couple of conversations about the old aliens.
Guys I had on, when I had Alessandro on, I cannot tell you how many text messages I got from people who are former CIA or some of the guys that are in. Let me tell you, I don't trust this guy on this side. I'm like, look, I'm just having a conversation with the guy. I'm not sitting here saying anything.
like, I'm not endorsing him.
Here's what Corbell had to say. Go ahead, Rob.
Now, I watched Independence Day the other day. And then I watched Independence Day Resurrection. Was that like the third one or the second one? Was it the third one? The third one or the second one. There is no third one. It was the second one. I'm sorry. The second one. The second one. I'm sorry. I don't. You know. Sometimes they be getting. Sometimes. Which I think I saw a long time ago, but I guess I just didn't really. It was like. So I didn't remember much of it.
I forgot they even made the second one.
Yeah, because Will Smith wasn't in it, and they brought back a lot of the other people. Because did Will Smith die? Or I don't know if they had the budget. I don't know if they had the budget to get him for the second one. I think that might have been what it was. But they did get some of the other people back. And it's interesting because within these movies is like bits and pieces of, I think, truth, and they have like Area 51 in the movie, right? And like some of the science behind what the aliens are doing and how things are moving. And so with the recent 3i thing happening and whatever, you just almost, it's like, let me get a refresher and just let me just because you're almost like watching the movie with different ears, and
this does feel like the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And then you layer on top of that these tablets and some of these ancient myths and things that are, that sounded crazy a long time ago, but then now you listen to it now and you're like, wait a minute. Wait a second. That sounds like it could be real. Like that actually sounds real. What the hell? And so taking that into consideration, I want you to listen to this, because I did see this clip that they're about to show. I saw it on another thing because when you're in these circles, it's in the algorithm, like it kind of makes its way to your desk anyway. So just listen to this, and I'd like to hear what you're going to say about this on the other side.
So UFOs are real, and they've been here a long time, and that's the truth. But the lie is coming. All indications, like all of them, is that lie is going to be that there is a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. And that is the lie they're going to want you to believe. It's nuanced, how they explain that, the nature of that threat. But that 100% is the lie you are going to be told. You even got a date? People have been whispering a date for a long time now. I know where that lie comes from. I know specifically what document from the 70s initiated the idea of that lie. A classified document. That is the lie you will be told. You're going to be told that there's a craft on its way to Earth. That's the lie. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I sent you 2 texts today with a year. Not from me. Nope. I'm not going to propagate that lie.
So.
You think, Broken Blade? You think there's going to be think an alien ship is going to come down and grace us with its presence in the next couple of years?
Some people are talking earlier than that. I read an article about 3i yesterday. Somebody was making a statement like, I think to quote something along the lines, if you have any vacation plans, I'll take it before October 29th.
Yeah. So I did see that video. That was Avi Loeb, Professor Avi Loeb from Harvard, and he kind of said it in jest. So they kind of took his words and like spun them up a little bit more than what he really, he did say that. Yeah. Word for word, verbatim, he said it, but he kind of said it in jest because it was like he was telling a story. He's like, someone called him and was like, hey, like, I keep hearing all this like, should I I was going to go on vacation. Should I not go on vacation? Ha ha ha. And he's like, oh, You might want to hurry up and get that vacation in. Ha, ha, ha. So it was kind of said in jest. And I think that the newspapers and the news media intentionally misrepresented his words or that situation. I've been paying very close attention to Avi Loeb. And he's been more clear about, hey man, because again, I didn't know this, bro. Space, this is so vast, I don't think we can conceive how much space is actually out there, right? But then what I've come to find out doing my own kind of like mini little research is that you would think that, you've got this planet and a moon. And so you would expect that there's just a whole bunch of like space rocks floating around out there. Well, there are, but they're not very big. Like they're not big. There's not a lot of big rocks out there. There's just not. And so the ones that they've seen over the last couple of years, even with the fact that our telescopes have gotten much better over the last however many years now, that, they wanted to be like, okay, if there's anything that's like football field sized, we need to be able to see that stuff. Right. Yeah. And so now that they look, they say, okay, there was the Oumuamua, there was one other one, and then 3I Atlas, 3 being, this is only the third one that we found in the last 10 however many years that we've been able to see. And so if you look at the probability of only us seeing 3 of these things at this point, if there were a lot of them out there, we would have seen a lot of them.
Yeah.
So it's much rarer than we think. And so if there is a space rock the size of 3I Atlas out there, that means that there should have been at least like 10,000 Oumuamuas, which are like football field size. But there isn't, which I didn't realize that. So the fact that there's something that big even out there in the first place in and of itself is rare. Right. So the guy's like, hey man, that's a big ass rock to be out there. That's like the largest rock that we've seen since we've been paying attention. So that in and of itself is like a big deal. Then the trajectory that it's on, it's a 1 in 500 chance of it being on the trajectory that it's coming in on. That's 2 crazy things. And then the fact that the timing of where it is in relation to all the other planets, that's another crazy coincidence. Then the chemical makeup of the thing, the fact that, it's like CO2 is coming off of it. There's never been a comet that had CO2 coming off of it. The difference between a comet and an asteroid is just a space rock that doesn't have a tail. A comet has like ice and water and whatever, and there's a tail. That's what makes it a comet. It's got a tail. This thing, the tail is in the front. That's weird. Yeah. Out of nowhere, it started glowing green. That's weird. So there's like all of these things that are piling up that are extremely novel, meaning first time ever. So the guy, all Avi Loeb is saying is like, hey man, that's the largest rock we've seen since we've been paying attention. It's coming in 3 times faster than anything moving in our solar system. It's coming in at a crazy trajectory that is not, it's like 1 in 20,000, like there's all these weird things about it. And everyone's like, oh yeah, it's just nothing. He's like, no, it's not just nothing. Because if you add up the probability of its size, probability of its trajectory, probability of its speed, probability of its chemical makeup, probability of its behavior, and you add all that stuff in, it's like 1 in a billion. So the guy's like, hey man, this is by far the rarest thing coming through our solar system ever, and we should be paying attention to it. And the weirder it gets, the more it seems like it's not just a space rock.
Yeah.
And usually what happens is when a comet comes and the gravitational pull of either Jupiter or the sun pull on it, it changes its trajectory. Well, this thing's not changing its trajectory. So there's another anomaly. So you've got all of these anomalies on top of anomalies on top of anomalies, and all the guy is saying is like, hey man, what's that? Like, should we not be paying attention to what this is? And everybody's like, yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing. And he's like, no, it's not just nothing. It's something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying. But see, the thing of it is that all the poo-pooing, we were just talking about this yesterday, Broken Blade, right? When someone's response is like not what it is, you know what I'm saying? When it's like, it's on, again, this is opposite of somebody like punching the air or fighting too hard, right? Thrashing around. You're like, yo, you're making more of you're making us pay attention to you, right? So now when this guy pipes up and he's like, yo, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird. And everybody's like, yeah, it's all, you know, everyone's looking around at each other like, no, really though. Like, what's up with all of this stuff? Like, what's going on? Like, what is this? So I think that's what I think is kind of interesting. Let's let Zrock.
Who do we believe in?
Look, I have
Now this is going to be interesting what this lady says.
seen some interesting stuff
Okay.
on this task force, and I'm not the only one. So Tim Burchett's been in this game a lot longer than I have. Eric Burleson is helping with setting up the UAP stuff because again, we do this in between our other investigations and our other work. But this is again one of the biggest bipartisan and bicameral topics in Congress currently. And if you look up the video that was just played at our last hearing that we did, it was on the Hellfire missile being deflected by one of these UAPs. That specifically, I think, should, for national security reasons, have everyone questioning what we were really being told about these things. We are also denied access by the Department of War to certain footage and oversight. I'd actually put this out, or we put it out in a statement in regards to
This guy?
yeah.
Broken Blade, did we look at that video of the Hellfire missile that hit the UAP that got bounced? Oh, good boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So in the last congressional hearing, they showed a video that a whistleblower, in fear of his life, basically like dead dropped it to a congressman. And this congressman gets this video, and it's a video. So a Reaper drone is flying up above, tracking a UAP, right? And another Reaper drone fires a Hellfire missile at it while this other drone is paying attention to, like is watching it.
Yeah.
And this Hellfire missile essentially just like bounces off of this thing and it kind of explodes. But the part that nobody's talking about is that what it looks like is the missile. I'm gonna find the video here in a second because I think it's worth it to watch. But the missile bounces off of this thing like almost like it, like the thing didn't break stride, didn't even move. But the Hellfire missile kind of bounced off of it and it looked like it exploded, right? Like it kind of grazed off of it and exploded. But some of the debris looked like it got sucked up close to the UAP, and the UAPs kept moving, and it looked like debris was like kind of getting sucked along with it. Nobody's talking about that part. And I'm like, because if it had just glanced off of it and blown up somewhere and it just like kind of flew off the screen, I would have been like, what is that really showing me? But when I saw some of the debris that looked like it should have like splashed off, ended up kind of getting sucked back close to the UAP, and then it was like tumbling around behind the UAP as it never broke stride. It kept moving, but it looked like the debris got kind of like jumbled around. I'll find the video here in a second, but because I think they're going to show it on here, but they only show it for a quick second.
We actually
Okay.
United States government arsenal that can.
Boom. Okay, that was it right there. Here, let's see. Let me slow this down. And we're gonna go on ahead and because they didn't do a very good job of doing this. So I muted it and I slowed it down. Okay, so that was it. That was it right there. That they'll show it again. So it had just glanced off of it. I think they're gonna show it again. But look at right behind that dot. There's like stuff that's in the wake. Boom, like that. There it was right there. I'm going to find a better version. Yeah, bro. There's like debris that looks like it kind of tumbles around and gets sucked along with the UAP. Like it's almost like almost like some of the debris got, like there might have been a force field around the thing, and like the debris kind of got sucked inside of it and was like next, like in the thing with the UAP, if that makes any sense.
Of Africa, and this footage was dead dropped to Eric Burleson.
What's better after 50 when? Jim?
I think personally that this stuff is
with members of Congress. We've been Burleson, and then he played it in the hearing. But the point is that this information was not shown with members of Congress. We've been, and I always tell the historical story, now infamous, on the Eglin Air Force Base incident where me, Burchett, and Matt Gaetz had gone to follow up on inquiry from pilots that had come to Representative Gaetz' office saying that the Air Force was covering a UAP activity off the coast of Eglin Air Force Base in the Panhandle. And as a result of that, I mean, they had a lot of egg on their face. I mean, this got into basically a pissing match between the legislative branch and the Department of Defense at the time under Lloyd Austin in regards to whether they could cancel our meetings. The commander of the base left in the middle of our hearing, like of our field hearing, basically there, took off and left to go on leave. Have you ever heard of a base commander just leaving in the middle of a congressional delegation?
No.
Never, ever. He gets up in the middle of our conversation.
And this is
Eglin Air Force Base. This was the base commander.
Can you give the name or no?
I don't remember the name off the top of my head.
So it's not like it's not public. It's public. That he,
well, we publicly went public with what happened because the Air Force tried to stonewall us in regards to following up all these investigations into UAPs, and this was under the Biden administration. So this is starting in 2022. But long story short, in the middle of our hearing, he basically gets up and leaves, and then he sent his kind of second in command to handle us, if you will. So me, Gaetz, and Burchett. I remember Burchett told the commanding officer, he goes, "You can do this the easy way or the hard way, buddy. You have a member of House Armed Services here, 2 members of oversight, and if you don't do it here, we're gonna call you up to Washington to testify in front of Congress. You can explain yourself to the American people then." But they wouldn't let us talk to any of the pilots except for one, and then saw some interesting stuff. And so what I'll tell you is that footage, the fact that it was dead dropped to Burleson, I'm certain that there's more of where that comes from, and we are going to push for the declassification of stuff that we've seen because I think the American people deserve to see it. But I think, you're never going to have the U.S. government admit or try to explain something if it's also somewhat not specifically pertaining to national defense. So if, it's not tech that we've made, not involving a foreign government, I think that you're going to see a direct statement from that. What's interesting, and I kind of went into this with Joe Rogan, is when we were talking to some of the witnesses, they don't call them extraterrestrial. They call them interdimensional. There's also this aspect of these things defying physics as we know it. And then you look into texts that were removed from the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, that actually specifically address technologies, if you will, that were given to mankind or of entities not of human origin.
Would you have expected to hear her say that?
Not Book of Enoch, absolutely not.
It's not the first time she said that either. And she said that I've heard her say this on another podcast, another whatever. She said it with her whole chest. Like the stuff I've seen almost like matches up with with the stuff that they were talking about on that in there. Listen.
Human intelligence. So these are all things to consider when addressing the topic, but based on what I've seen, not speculating, based on the evidence that I've seen, there's something out there. And based on what I'm saying is it's not, I think that it's along the lines of that video that you just saw.
Have they shown you? Okay, so
I have to be careful because I could get in trouble if I divulge what I've been shown in a skiff. So what I can tell you is I'm just telling you as me, not specifically addressing skiff stuff, that they're real. And I'm not the only one. You just saw the Secretary of State in a documentary addressing the same thing. It's a mind loop, right? But like Pinellas County, where I specifically represent, there's actually a high number of these reported sightings. But it's not just there. A lot of the members on the task force or that gavel into this, first of all, it's bipartisan and bicameral. Like we've had pretty much everyone's like circulated at one point, right, through task questions and whatnot. But members in Alaska, the member of Alaska specifically has a lot of reports of this. People that represent these areas. When you get calls to the office, I've seen a lot of kooky stuff too that I know it's like crazy, like provably false. That's AI, CGI, whatever. But then you have the stuff that you can't explain. And then you have the attacks on the witnesses that come forward to testify, which if it wasn't real, why would you try to be discrediting someone? Why is the Department of the VA leaking people's records to the press if it's not real, right? It's like if if you're being told not to look under that rock, you might look under the rock. And so that actually happened to David Grush when he came forward to testify, is his medical records were leaked to the press.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I'm a math guy. So basics of math, what do we not know a lot about? We don't know 95% of what's in the ocean. And we don't know.
The ocean's super scary.
Right, that's
the stuff we hear about USOs.
Yeah.
That's a separate topic.
That's a separate topic, yeah. But when you look up, you're like, what's out there? Anything. What's possible? What's capable? There's so many different things that we can be thinking about. So that's one. But then if we go back to COVID and think about how the virus came in and they scared the crap out of everybody.
So yeah. I think it's, I mean, I think it's just really interesting how she's just not afraid to say that. You know, like as matter of fact as the sky is blue. And again, this is not the first time she said that. I've seen other podcasts that she's been on, and she's been very clear. Like, oh no, yeah. If you want to know what it is that we keep this, then this book over here that they conveniently took out of the Bible, you should look into that. Because it's probably something like that. Like with zero hesitation, which I find to be pretty darn interesting. It's pretty compelling. Pretty darn compelling.
What was that guy in the clip saying though that on one hand he's saying aliens do exist, on the other hand he's saying that you gotta push a lie that there's a ship coming.
Because I think what's happening is that I think that there's how look, here we go. Broken Blade. How you want to put the kufi on or what?
We
tin
here.
hat, put the tin
We
hat
here.
kufi on.
Put it on. Because I have my theory now.
I was listening to because we keep trying to figure out the timeline, right? What's the timeline?
Yeah.
What's the timeline? Now, if you listen to the Sumerian tablets, it's about 450,000 years ago that they came to this planet. They from somewhere else. They. Okay, 450,000 years ago. About 200 to 250,000 years, they left the hominids that were here, us, before us. So before Homo sapien sapien, they pretty much left us alone. And they brought their workforce with them here. And it was about 200 to 250,000 years that they worked on this planet and on Mars and on the moon without dealing with us at all. And then the people that were the workforce were going to revolt. The myth says that they went to the oldest gold mine on the planet and they surrounded the gods at that time, which happened to be in South Africa. Broken Blade. The oldest known gold mine on the planet is in South Africa. I think it's called Marie's Calendar or something like that in South Africa. So it's an actual place that existed and is provable to be the oldest gold mine or potential gold mine on the planet. If you read the King's List of the Sumerian tablets, the King's List, the amount of time that the kings lived for and reigned falls directly in line with the 450,000 year timeline. Okay. Now here's the part that I was always a little bit strange right now. Now again, the tin hat kufi is on, right? Tin hat kufi. So you hear about the Greys, you hear about the Nordics, you hear about the ant people, and you hear about the reptilians. Now, a while back, I was listening to somebody talk about this before, and the reptilians thing always kind of like it was always a little bit like, that's interesting. But then you think there were dinosaurs here before. There were dinosaurs here. And reptilians, like some species of reptile, wait a minute, maybe that might have been the type of workforce, that might have been the people that were doing that could maybe have been why maybe there's a tie there. You know what I'm saying? Like the reptilian, I'm like, okay, that kind of makes, so you've got the Greys, you've got the Nordics, the white people on this planet are a mutation. Like they're the mutation. That's you know what I'm saying? Like the white people are the mutation. So when you really kind of think back, you're like, That's weird. Like the biggest anomalies that we have on the planet of these like alleged living beings kind of fall right in line with these crazy things that are supposed to have popped up like hundreds of thousands of years ago that nobody can explain. Like we haven't been on the planet long enough for Homo sapien sapien, for us to be black and for him to be Persian and white and Asian and whatever. Like there shouldn't be this kind of discrepancies in people, in humans, without some sort of dibbling and dabbling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the Emerald Tablets explains that each of these little g gods put their mark on us. There's already proof that our telomere caps have been capped, that our lives were capped at 120 years. Bro, it's in the stone from like 6,000 years ago.
That's even in the Bible. 120 years.
So, but then this guy said, here, and I saw this, he goes, see, part of the whole thing is that there was a galactic war. There was a galactic war, right? Like Mars is scorched. One side of Mars is burned. There's nuclear fallout on Mars. There's nuclear fallout on the moon. We talked about the town in, or the city in the city of the dead in Pakistan that nobody knew because it got nuked off the planet somehow over 5,000 years ago, which in the Indian myths, there's a story of this war that happened here. So what if the Greys or the Nordics and or the reptilians were these like warring factions, and that, you know, obviously what went down on this planet, some left, some stayed, and then some of these sides are doing all the puppeteering from the background, and the war never stopped. And I think that the war never stopped. And I think eventually someone or something will come back here. I believe they're expecting someone or something to come back here. Now, I don't know what side it is. I don't know what side is good and which one is evil. But it seems like, and we're just like gerbils. Like just automatons. And they're taking the wealth and kind of manipulating and doing whatever they need to do, preparing for an inevitability. Now, bro, look, check this out, bro. Do you have any idea what this planet would be like if the moon wasn't there to like settle us?
No.
The Earth is spinning at 1,100 miles per hour, and it's going around the sun at, I think, 38,000 kilometers per second. That's how fast we're moving through space.
Yeah.
So we're spinning at 1,100 miles per hour, with the moon on the outside of us, basically acting as a counterbalance to keep the planet together. And we're hurling through space around the sun at 38,000 kilometers per hour, which I think is equivalent to like something like 19,000 miles per hour. 19,000 miles per hour. We're just hurling through space around the sun. Okay. If the moon wasn't doing what it's doing right now, the earth would be unlivable. The tides would be all over the place. There would be crazy earthquakes. It wouldn't be stable enough for humans to live on it. It's the perfect size and distance away from us to keep the planet the way that it is right now.
What chance is intelligent design? Good random chance.
Scientists, they don't want to admit it, but they have to. They're like, the chances of our moon being exactly the size that it is, the distance away that it is, geo-locked on us so that it doesn't spin. It's the only heavenly body that doesn't spin, Broken Blade. So check this out. And here's another thing that I thought, just out of nowhere. I'm like, every other society all around the planet, every single society for as long as we can remember has always been like, oh yeah, the space people. How'd you learn fire? Oh yeah, the space people. How'd you learn how to grow stuff? Oh yeah, the space people told us. Did you buy it? No, we didn't build it. We just got here and it was already there. The pyramids, yeah, it was already there. We don't know how they built it. It was the space people. All the way up until now. What was the devil's greatest thing? What?
Devil's greatest trick is making people believe he doesn't exist.
Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Chat, am I tripping?
Yeah.
Am I tripping? Every other society on the planet, for as long as you can remember, like, yeah, the space people. No, they did it. Yeah, they told us. But it's only us, though. It's only us that took the S off of gods and said there's only one, and it was like, yeah, we're like that. The space people, that's crazy. You don't find that suspicious? I'm just saying, man. I'm not saying I think the Bible. I'm not saying that the Bible's not. I'm saying that the Bible is probably more accurate than people give it credit for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that shit is real. Ezekiel, right? All the crazy things that happen in the and then you read like all the Indian texts and the Hindu texts and whatever the Bhagavad Gita or whatever, and they're talking about the flying Vimanas and the Brahmo weapon, Brahmastra and stuff, which is a nuclear. Bro, on a 6,000-year-old tablet, they were describing nuclear fallout. They were describing IVF, messing with DNA. So you're telling me that someone cooked into a rock a story about IVF, a king's list that goes back 450,000 years, and nuclear weapons on this stone just to tell a story. All right, then. I mean, it sounds crazy, but the more I think about it, it sounds crazier to think that it's not true. Still can't figure out how the hell who the hell did the pyramids? Who did that? Who?
Yeah, I was saying, threw me for a little, like, heard like the ancient Egyptians and one we thought of that built that, like, this evidence is just like, no, they were looking at it like, who the hell built this?
Bro, we can't do that. Did we talk about that jetty that's in Washington? Broken Blade, Washington, there's a river off the coast of Washington that they use for shipping. And the tide coming in and out of it is just so rough. And what happens is it was like tearing up the coastline and boats were sinking trying to get into the ports, big ships. And so it was just some of the roughest waters. The tide coming in and out it was like super unpredictable. And big ships were really crashing out there. And so what they did was they took they wanted to build a jetty out to kind of settle the tides, to at least give ships a path so they can get in and out of the river and into the port. So there's a quarry that they, about a couple 100 miles inland. And what they did was they blew out these, boulders, and they made a plan. And they were like, we'll, put boulders, boom, put it on a truck goes out, drives it all the way out to the levee. There's a crane out there. They'll mark up the rock so they know exactly where that rock is supposed to go. There's a plan for it and everything. And they're going to take the rock from the quarry, put it on a truck, drive the truck out, take it off, drop it in the water. It took them like 12 years to build like 2 miles of this jetty. And they weren't like cutting the rock. It was just the rock. They blew it out of the quarry and just picked it up and put it on the truck and took it and then picked it up and put it down. It took like 12 years to make like 2 miles. And they weren't cutting any rock. None of these boulders are like the size of the ones that these guys are moving around. These guys, and so you're telling me that these 50 to 80 ton rocks, hardest granite on the planet, from 500 miles away, right? Like it's so not possible. You know what I'm saying? Like when you put it in perspective,
angles,
perfectly cut. Each rock, each stone is cut to go next to the next one. Each stone is
Orion's built.
Bro, 13 acres dead flat within a centimeter. That's just the main. That's just the Great Pyramid, just the one in the middle, the big one. 13 acres, dead flat. What they don't show you, and what I'm starting to learn now, is that where the main one is, they cut about 30 or 40 feet out of bedrock to get the back of it, but the front of it would be hanging off. So they have stones underneath the front edge of the pyramid. You think the ones that are on the pyramid are big? Bro, if you step back, there's like 40 by 40 slabs that were put under there that are holding up the front side of the pyramid. You don't even see that part. There's all this stuff that's underneath, that's all around the pyramids that no one ever talks about. That's damn near crazier than the pyramids themselves. Who did that? Who did it? Ain't nobody tell me who and how they did it. So once you really start looking at all this stuff, you're like, man, wait a minute. What is going on here? You know, like, I don't understand why is this so weird? Chat, tell me, am I tripping? Am I tripping? I could be, I don't know. I could be losing my mind. I could be. So I don't know, man. I think that a lot of that stuff in the Bible, I think a lot of this stuff is a lot more literal than we give credit for. You know, I think we've been, and like I said, bro, like, you know, greatest trick that the devil ever pulled off, right? Was getting us to think that he doesn't exist. And so here's the question, Broken Blade. So if there's this cosmic war happening and there's like this kind of secret battle going on, and one side, or at least one side, has been like, we're just gonna, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna pretend, we're just gonna say that this is crazy, and we'll call it like, we'll make it all this wishy-washy spiritual stuff, and then say, yeah, that stuff doesn't really exist, and we'll get everybody to believe that it's not real. Like, it's, you know,
That's what you're saying.
You know, and then while everybody's thinking that it's not real, you know, you got rich people trying to figure out how to live forever. Take their you know, change bodies. The body is just an avatar. You know, fountain of youth, all the, you know, all the you know, like all this stuff. Shout out to Hootie. What's up, bro? It's all good, man. We just chopping it up. You know, we got the Koofy on. We got the tin hat Koofy on. We over here just chopping it up, talking about aliens. Trying not to get kicked off the internet. Trying to stay out of trouble. Trying not to use bad language and profanity. You know, transhumanism. You know, being little automatons. You know, like what's our fascination? Like things like what's our fascination with gold? I mean, it's useful for a lot of things, but we have this like strange fascination with it. We go crazy for it. You know, we've got this like, I don't know. Like I said, man, I think that there's a lot of I can't say that I know nobody knows, right? Exactly. But when you really start to like layer some of this stuff on top of each other, you're like, huh, that's weird. That's weird. And then you look at like, you know, the myth is like that there was a bigger Earth. There was another planet that got blown up in this whole situation, like in this whole thing. And Mars wasn't where it was, and the Earth wasn't where it was, and like there's weird stuff. And the thing of it is that scientists don't want to say it, but it's been proven. Like the where like, because they run all that stuff back, right? They're like, oh, we can run the computers and run the solar system back hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years back. And then they say, okay, with all the space trash and stuff that's out here, and like and looking at the where each planet is and how it's, you know, situated, something clearly happened. You know, like the Earth, this Earth was like a moon for another planet, and then there was a bigger planet, and that planet got blown up, and then like it's like they don't want to talk about it, but like actual hard science has been like, yeah, we think there was another planet that got blown up a long time ago. And half of Mars is scorched on one side, and it's tilted like something like blew up and shotgun blasted the surface of it. You know, like it's weird that none of the craters on the moon are deeper than like 3 miles. It's like they're all the same. Like every crater on the moon is the exact same depth. You don't find that suspicious? Did you know that?
Nah.
Yeah. So the ones that are like 100 miles wide and 6 miles wide and all the craters on the moon are the same depth. They don't go any deeper than. Yeah. Like the moon is pretty crazy, bro. I'm still tripping on the fact that it doesn't spin. That for me it's the only heavenly body that we know of that doesn't spin, bro. It's the only one. And it's geo-locked to the planet. So as we're spinning at 1,100 miles per hour, it's spinning with us at 1,100 miles per hour and facing the same side all the time. When you look up, you look at the same side of the moon all of the time. You're looking at the same side. You take a picture of it today, look at it next month, full moon, take a picture of it and put them on top of each other. You're looking at the same side of the moon. It doesn't spin. It's geo-locked with the Earth. That's weird.
Yeah.
That is weird. Only heavenly body that we know of that does that. Hence the dark side of the moon. Yeah, where I think that there's probably stuff over there. Here's a question. Hootsie, do you think that we've been up there and we're already doing stuff on the dark side of the moon? Or do you think we like got up there, we got in contact with something that's already up there and they're like, hey, you need to stay away from the dark side of the moon. And we were like, bet we'll stay off the dark side of the moon. Or do you think we're on the dark side of the moon doing stuff? What do you think? Because the maybe it's an observatory. That would be a great, that makes sense. Anyway, look, man, I just think it's my biggest thing, and I'll say this, my biggest thing is, I think it's weird that all through humanity, all the way up until recently, every single society, all up and down, all around the planet, they're all like, yeah, the space people. yeah. The space people. Yeah, they taught us how to do this. Or metallurgy. You're like, oh yeah, how to make swords. Yeah, the space people. We didn't know. I mean, they just told us, and you do it like this, and you do it like that, and you do it like this, and then you get the metal, and then you do this, and you blow fire on it, and it gets hot and it melts, and then you got some metal at the bottom, and then you hammer it, and you make a sword. Yeah, the space people taught us. Oh yeah, grain. Yeah, the space people were like, yeah, you take this and this time of year when the moon is right here and the sun is right here, and this time of year and this, and then the spring solstice and da 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 da, and then you plant right here, and then you get your grain. Yeah, the space people told us. Every single society except for this one.
It depends how you look at it. You get vividly, the reason why God flooded the earth is because of Nephilim.
Yeah.
Angels came down to earth, interacted with humans.
Yup. Which?
Yeah.
Right.
That's
like
scary shit, by the way. Like,
say what?
Human women can tempt even angels. Like, what the? That's crazy. That's crazy,
bro. You know what? It makes, when you think about it, it makes way more sense, because it's like that is as old as time. They've been tempting motherfuckers and getting us in trouble since the very beginning. It's in their nature. You know what I'm saying? Like
King Solomon and all these other men, like they knew God. They could see God face to face, and like it's still though. Pussy though.
I mean,
the hell chance we had.
I mean, that good boy. That good make you do some dumb things. Make you do some dumb things. Make you think crazy. Make you think crazy. Wise man obsessed with the heavens and the seas. You make a valid point. Well, I will say this. The one thing that has successfully almost wiped us off the planet multiple times is space rocks.
Very true.
So, the things that ended the dinosaurs, the things that, that have the type of energy and the type of power that can wipe this planet clean are the space rocks. So, if I knew that, oh shit, and we do go through, twice a year, we go right on through a freaking freeway. We go through two asteroid belts, or a single asteroid belt, that we go through the same asteroid belt 2 times. Like, we go through one side clear and then out the other clear, which is essentially, running across a freeway blindfolded. And we just hope to God it's not that busy.
Existential Frogger is wild, bro.
What's that?
Freaking Existential Frogger is some crazy shit.
Yo, yes. Yeah.
All right.
And again, bro, I'm just like, I don't even think we can comprehend how big, how like vast space is, and then like how fast we're moving through it. Like if like what is it? Like if the planet just all of a sudden just like stopped spinning, like you know what would happen? Bro, there'd be 1,000-foot waves because the water wouldn't stop. If the planet stopped, the water wouldn't. It would just completely wipe everything off. The Earth would fundamentally do a hard reset. Nothing would be on the surface after it got done. Because everything right now, think about it. We're moving through space like we're just like where you are in an airplane. You know, it was so funny. I was like, I was in a plane the other day. I had to go to the bathroom and I'm like peeing. And I'm just like watching the stream. And it just had this like little bend. It was going straight, but just like the stream had a little bitty bend. And I was like, damn, that's so crazy. Because, you know, you're moving at 500, 600 miles an hour, you know, and obviously you're in a vacuum or whatever. But even still, it still was like bending away from, the stream was straight, but it had a slight bend. You know what I'm saying? Even though there was no wind or whatever. Right? Like physics is a mother, boy.
Interesting.
What's that?
It's the theory from Burchett. Yeah.
What if it was immediately into the dinosaurs, but ships crashed? Bro, you know what? That's a very interesting, that's a very interesting point. I don't know, I mean, at this point, we can't put anything past anything at this point. So,
Cody also with the interesting point.
What's that, Cody?
Yeah.
What about Noah's Noah? Yeah. Well, I think Noah did exactly. I don't think this was the only flood. The Noah story was not I think that the Noah story actually happened way earlier. I think the actual Noah story happened way, way, way earlier. And I don't think it was the only flood. I think there's been multiple big floods. Did we not? I showed you the chevrons that are on the coast of Madagascar and off the coast of Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something slammed down in the Indian Ocean and caused a crazy catastrophe. That essentially could have been one of the floods. It could have been. Right? Enuma Elish, absolutely. I mean, there was it rained for 1,000 years, 36,000 years ago. Like how and why did that happen? Right? But if a space rock slammed down into the ocean and vaporized some ungodly amount of water, and that ungodly amount of water stuck in as vapor in the atmosphere, then it could rain for hundreds of years, potentially. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If the space rocks came down and slammed into the ice caps that were on top of Canada and slammed into, 2, 3, 4 miles of ice and vaporized 2, 3, 4 miles of ice, and all that vapor got in the atmosphere and stayed up there, it would rain for hundreds of years. I have a sneaky suspicion that all of these things are tied together. I think that everyone thinks that one thing happened at a time. I have a sneaky suspicion that it was like one domino.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like if a meteor were to come down and slam down on one side of the Pacific plate, what's going to happen to the other side of the Pacific plate?
Is going to shift drastically, You know
what I'm saying? So then what do you get?
That's the damn fact. Like a lot of people, little too myopic with some of the stuff I hear people say. Like, all of this is connected. There's going to be additional consequences.
Absolutely. Shout out to Show Enough. What's up? Bro, think about it just a second ago. Okay. So a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe, there was a 8-point something in Kamchatka, Russia, right? That's the peninsula that's closest to Alaska. It's like the Alaskan Peninsula and Kamchatka right there, right? So there's a subduction zone on that side up there too, right? Because I said the Pacific plate's kind of doing this number and it's pushing underneath plates on that side. And then of course there's a plate that's pushing underneath where Oregon, Washington, Vancouver is on this side because there's a split over there anyways. But they had that 8-point something over there. And you know what happened? All those volcanoes on that peninsula got active right afterwards. And then on this side, I think Mount St. Helens started shaking and doing stuff. I think Mount Hood started doing stuff. And I think one of the other volcanoes over here on this side started doing stuff. So, yeah, Noah built a submarine. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Right? They use, what is it? Was it called a Hootsie? Was it Bitterman? Is that what they called it? It's like he used cedar. He built it out of cedar and bitumen, which the formula on how to make it is on the goddamn tablets from 6,000 years ago. So what are we talking about? Like, why? What? You know? Now, sure enough, I think we're probably doing stuff that we probably shouldn't be doing. You know, I think we think that we know. I think, yeah, bitumen, right? Yeah, bitumen. See, I'm not that crazy. I know a little bit. I know enough to be dangerous. I know enough to be dangerous. Not enough to, whatever, just enough to be dangerous. Anyways, all I'm simply saying, I think it's all I'm really saying is that I think that the Bible is more accurate and more fact than not. And I think that all the stuff that we're like wushu and spirits and whatever, I don't think that they were spirits at all. I think that shit was real. I think a lot of it was real. I think it was like actual beings and things and stuff. I think that the magic that they, you know, right? What's the parable about the snakes? Who was that? What king? This where in the Pharaoh was that Pharaoh and
Moses threw down the staff and it became a snake.
Okay.
To display God's power. Right.
You know.
And then Pharaoh's wizards did the same thing. Y'all like that ain't special.
Like what if they like just knew how to like stiffen up a snake? What if they just had they had the snake and did a little like hit like the hit the nerve endings or whatever and stiffen that bitch up. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just learned how to just stiffen that bitch up. And they're like, yeah, bam, you did it. I can do it too. What if this is like a thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if I'm re-examining all of that stuff, all of it. I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just saying that I am re-examining everything, all the myths, all the stuff that they said. I'm going back and I'm like, wait a minute. I see they made this sound like it was like not real. This is like probably way more real than we think. You know, like what Gilgamesh? Somebody said it earlier. Gilgamesh, bro. Do you know what happened? Broken Blade. We're not talking about what happened and do you know they thought they found Gilgamesh's tomb, right? And you know why they wanted to find Gilgamesh's tomb? Because he's the last of the like giant kings. He was the last like man of renown. Gilgamesh was supposed to be like 2/3 Nephilim. Like 2/3 Nephilim is what Gilgamesh was. Gilgamesh allegedly was like 15, 16 feet tall. Right? All the depictions of Gilgamesh, he was holding lions like they're kittens.
Yeah.
Right? What if that was literal? What if it was like literally like, oh, get your little bitch ass. Give me that little lion. Bring your bitch ass over here, you little lion, giving lions noogies and stuff. Like I'm telling you, look up Gilgamesh and all the like statues and shit and all the stuff that's in the books. He's holding lions and stuff. Broken Blade. Do you know what happened? They thought they found Gilgamesh's tomb. Do you know what happened right after?
No.
We invaded Iraq. We invaded Iraq. And the US government took that space over. Do you know who owns the rights to the inside of the Great Pyramid, Broken Blade? Who owns the rights to the inside of the Great Pyramid in Egypt? Do you know who owns the rights to the inside of the Great Pyramids?
I'm assuming the US government.
NASA. Look it up. I'm dead serious. NASA.
Playing in our faces.
Right in our faces. They found, you know, in the Epic of Gilgamesh and all these like old, what you call it, some of like the oldest cities ever found, like Eridu and Uruk and all these, like there was like 5 major cities were like the first cities on Earth that are like in the Emerald Tablets. They found
real quick. I just found 2 videos that were dropped like today. Talking about like they found the one's talking about the tomb of Gilgamesh, the other a statue under the Euphrates River.
They say what's his face is supposed to come back when it's in the Revelations, right? Revelation, Jesus is supposed to come back when the Euphrates dries up. The Euphrates is drying up right now. Ezekiel's tomb. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, I'm dead serious. I think all this shit is real, bro. I'm so serious. Everything I think I'm realizing this shit is literally actually real. And all these people are telling you that it's not real, but they're going, bro, why was the mustache man, right? Why was the mustache man running around looking for the Ark of the Covenant? Indiana Jones was close, like actually close to real life, bro. It's real. It's very real. And I think we are creeping up on the end of days and they're trying to keep us like dumb, deaf, and blind so we don't know or we don't realize. And they're like, oh, that's stupid. Don't believe in that. That's crazy. Don't believe any of that. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. You can't do that. Regeneration chamber. That's crazy. Stargate. That's crazy. That's nonsense. Meanwhile, our $32 trillion that no one can find, our $32 trillion that no one can find, they're using it to like get us to mine Mars and shit.
It's like, unless they're acting, most of these people are retarded. So this money and treachery is not going to save them anyway.
But it's not them, bro. I think that there is a small sect. I think there's a small sect that understands exactly what's going on. And I think that they're tucked away somewhere. Maybe they have a ship, maybe they don't. Maybe they can get off planet, maybe they can't. But I think that they know that all this stuff that they're saying is not real is 100% real. I think that there's regeneration chambers. I think these motherfuckers are taking their essence and they're putting it into avatar bodies. I think that there's motherfuckers moving around this bitch, whatever. And here's the thing. I personally think there really is a thing going on right now. And I think there's maybe the ones that are in the ocean that we can't get to. And I think that there's some walking amongst us. I think the ones walking amongst us are the ones that we're supposed to pretend that don't exist. So the ones we think are Satan or the devil or whatever are the motherfuckers running around with us, walking around amongst us. That's what I think. And I think that the other side, like the side that turns on and off everyone's nuclear stuff, the one that's like playing babysitter, I think they're in the ocean somewhere, staying tucked away off.
Like fucking up too. Yes.
That's what I think is really going on. I think that there's the ones amongst us are actually the evil ones, and the ones out in the ocean are the other side. And I think the ones up here are the ones that are playing with the and doing all that and taking over Iraq and owning the pyramids. And how does NASA own the inside of the pyramid?
In a country they don't even operate in.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? The mustache guy is also gathering ancient holy items and weapons. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, like, here's the thing. Like, you got to spend a lot of money and resources, right? You know what he also did? He sent a whole lot of people down to Antarctica. We're down in Antarctica.
There's a lot of weird stuff about Antarctica. Stuff hitting deep under the ice. Yeah.
So here's a question, Broken Blade, and we're gonna let you guys go after this. The question is, if that's the case, what are we gonna do? If it's all real, it's all real. The myths are real. The Bible's real. It's just way more literal than we thought.
Try to duplicate the tech would be the no-brainer.
Here's where I'm at with it. If you go back and you look and you think a lot of this is more literal and you realize, okay, there's a lot of stuff that's bigger than us. This stuff that we just can't deal with, right? Like they're now we're like, okay, spaceships and space travel and weapons that we can't deal with and amounts of money that we can't even conceive and whatever, right? So all we can really do is we can take whatever little ducats that we can get and we can go find a mountainside somewhere and go live out the rest of our lives, with nature.
At least that, yeah.
That's how I see it. I see unplugging from this because we're in the Matrix. And the Matrix is actually made to keep us just keep on working, keep paying them taxes so they can keep building them rockets to get us to Mars one day. I'll
go a step further. Like, it almost feels like the Matrix, like assuming like there's a group that like knows exactly what's going on. I would take it a step further. They might worship one of these groups. That might be a psychic vampire of some sort.
I think you're right on the money.
And the Matrix, like the movie, like it fed on our like bioelectric energy. I think this would feed on our negative emotions.
Because think about this for a second, Broken Blade. I think you're onto something. Because what if, right? Because again, they're to convince us that this one side doesn't exist, right? And what does that side thrive on? Like it thrives on the disorder. It thrives on the negativity. It thrives on that, right? So wouldn't it kind of make sense that like that's kind of the intention of it, right? It's like it's this playground. It's like I get to, I get to play with the toys and feed off that, and right? And again, I think it's interesting that it's like, and then what's happening, right? What did they do? Okay, so if the good guys are in the ocean, right? And the good guys are the things that are kind of flying around that we can't understand. And it's like, we know they're there, but they're da-da-da-da. Why are we firing missiles at them? Why are we trying to shoot them down?
Because somebody got in somebody's ear.
No, it's just us. It's us trying to, like, it's like if there's two wars, we just don't know that we're in the war. They know what the thing is, but we don't know what the
That's
thing
what I'm
is.
saying. Like someone that knows, we're talking one of those things directly speaking to somebody not know that that's an enemy that's weird or whatever. They're not knowing the story, just open fire.
I'm probably gonna go over, but look, check this out. There was the Harold Maldron was the guy that I told you was the 20-year-old genius that was in Kennedy's with Kennedy and basically talked us out of the Bay of Pigs and talked us out of like getting into a nuclear standoff with Russia. Got me?
Yeah.
Maldron.
I do remember that name. Yeah, I think Malcolm.
He was old. He's dead. He passed. Jesse Michaels was the podcaster that did the interview with him. And he did one sit down interview. And then he did a phone interview with him. And then the guy passed like the next week before he got a chance to like sit down with them again. But I think the guy knew that he was going to die. So he called and did the second interview over the phone. Okay. He spoke of man, I'm about to fuck your whole head up right now. Okay, so Hootsie, is Hootsie still in here? Hootsie, if you're in here, bro, hit me with a 1. I'm about to jack your whole brain up right now. Okay, so we know about the Luftwaffe, right? That was the German Air Force. Okay, right? And the Germans and the Yazidis were the first country to get the jet engine for a plane. They're the first ones to do it, right? They're the first one that did the flying wing, right? We've seen the photos, right? The flying wing from the Luftwaffe, right? Okay. So we beat the Germans, right? Operation Paperclip. We take all of their scientists and we bring them over here. And then we put them in government and we put them in NASA, right? And then we have a what? A B-2 bomber that looks like a what? A flying wing.
Yeah.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? Well, guess what? Let's keep it going. Now, during World War II, the United States was on the same side as Russia. We fought with Russia in World War II, right?
Yeah.
But then the Germans fought Russia. But we bring the Germans over here, and now the Russians are public enemy number 1. Ain't that weird? So now we have this irrational fear or hate of the Russians when we were fought with them in World War II. But we bring their scientists over here, and now we have a problem with them over there. And the tech that they had over there, we now have the tech over here on our side. Well, the small mustache man, he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant, and he was rounding all that stuff up. He was going all over the world, tracking all that stuff down. Well, where did all that stuff go? Probably over here. It's us. We just took all their stuff and adopted all their stuff, and the Germans are in that's us. So check this out. So Malgrim, he goes, they're supposed to be testing a nuclear ballistic defense system. And they've fired these missiles before, testing them. And while they were testing them, they have actual video footage of these lights that come into the frame while this thing is traveling Mach 10. And while it's traveling in Mach 10, these lights are like flying with it, just like going around it. They got this on video. Okay. So Malgram's like, what the hell are those?
Yeah.
And all the generals are like, yeah, we call them come-alongs. And they're like, what? And like, yeah, they just kind of, they show up sometimes and they're just up there. So the alarm bells aren't well, they say that the alarm bells aren't going off, right? Yeah. So he's like, what the hell? Well, they're over the ocean. They're doing a test. And he thinks that they're supposed to be firing a defense weapon at the incoming missile to see if they can disarm it. That was the story that they gave to him. So the Navy has this microwave weapon on one of the ships pointed at this thing that's the missile that's coming in back into the atmosphere.
I think I remember this story.
And they fire the microwave. Well, he thinks that they're firing the microwave to hit the actual missile. But the Navy is actually firing that thing to shoot the come-alongs out of the air. So the nuclear bomb goes off, boom, and the ship falls out of the ocean, falls out of the air into the ocean, and then the Navy vessel, boop, goes straight through, picks it up, thing disappears. Nobody talks about it. That doesn't ever happen. They try to scrub it from the world, from everything. But unfortunately, there was a third-party company that was filming the whole thing because they were the only people that had the cameras good enough to be able to see after the nuclear blast, because obviously it fries pretty much anything that's anywhere close, and like it'll the light will fry a sensor. So they had the camera that recorded the whole thing, and after the explosion or during the explosion, the camera caught the come-along falling out of the explosion. They tried to scrub it, and well, it was kind of, yes, it was something like an EMP, Hootsie, yes, something like that. And so think about it for a second. So small mustache people, we got all their scientists. We developed the flying wing now. We bring over whatever know-how. If the come-alongs are on the other side and the come-alongs have been studying whatever the hell we're cooking up, shooting things up, and we're the ones shooting the things out of the sky.
We might not be the good guys.
I have a sneaky suspicion that we're not the good guys. I have a sneaky suspicion. I think and I think that I don't know what they're doing, the other side. I don't know if they're just minding their own business in the ocean and just kind of, between the ocean and maybe that's who's on the backside of the moon, or maybe that's who's on Mars. I don't know. But I have a sneaky suspicion that there's a conflict going on, and we're just spectators. We're paying for it, but I think we're spectators.
Yeah.
I have a sneaky suspicion. So, anyway, crazy Koofy, right?
I heard worse.
I'm telling you, bro. But look, the whole Gilgamesh thing, I thought I was like, wait, what? I'm telling you, you can look it up. They were looking around. They think they found Gilgamesh's tomb. It hit the news and the whatever, and then boom, right after that was the Iraq War, and we just like stormed into Iraq, and like that area that they thought they found it, and they were starting to uncover, the U.S. military took it over. And I believe that Gilgamesh is the closest thing to the Nephilim and Nephilim tech that we'll ever get. I think that that's like the last, like if you were to find stuff that was like Nephilim tech, Anunnaki tech, I think that's where it would be. So, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just wearing my little tin hat kufi right now. You know what I'm saying? We're just talking smack. We don't know anything. But I think some crazy coincidences, though, is what I'm saying. It's just some really weird coincidences. There's really strange coincidences. And I mean,
the top of the list with the pot talk.
Say what?
Might be change the top of the list with the pot talk.
Should be.
As long as I wouldn't mind, like once a week, just getting into.
We can do. I have resources and stuff that we can. I mean, because again, like because look, bro, there's all these bits and pieces, but nobody's ever really tied them all together. Like no one's ever, like not too many people have like tied all the things together. Like you really, okay. For example, there's a bottleneck. Almost 95% of all the men on the planet died at one point about 8,000 years ago. But nobody really knows how and why or whatever. They just call it a fleet. There's nothing to understand. But in the Enuma Elish, or one of the Indian they tell you there was like a great war and like millions and millions of men, like almost all the men on the planet, like there was a huge battle. There's a huge war on the planet and almost all the men died. And so the biological, like there was like what is this? It'll come to me. Like the biological, whatever, there's like a bottleneck, like almost all the men died. There was like biological diversity, whatever diversity, what you call it. It'll come to me. Anyways, basically almost all the men died on the planet. Like all of our DNA, like bottleneck to like a handful of dudes.
Genetic diversity.
That's it. Yes. For men. Yes. So, so science has shown that it actually, like there was a bottleneck at some point, like for whatever reason, almost all the men died, but no one could figure out why and how. But then if you look at these myths, you're like, oh, there was this like crazy battle. And they'd say that like almost all the men died. And you're like, and then you line the times up where it would have been. And you're like, oh shit. They're talking about this crazy great war where there was like flying machines and the Brahma weapon and all this stuff. And you're like, oh, that absolutely could have been what happened. But then you say, okay, there's no way that there's no way they could have had nuclear fallout. There was like, it was like, they were like chucking spears and stuff. Right. But then you find that City of the Dead where it looks like the nuclear bomb went off in the middle of the city and melted everything. And you're like, well, wait a minute. How did that happen? Vitrified, an entire city vitrified, glass, everything. People just dead right on steps, right in the middle of the street, right where they were standing. A city that huge city as far as like ancient cities go, but nobody ever knew about it. Nobody wrote about it. There's no history, nothing in the history books. No one had any idea that this city was ever there. Buried under 30 feet of dirt. Only the top of one of the little, the top of one of the little temples was sticking out of the ground. That's how they found it. So, I mean, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu are all continents. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just saying. But I think there's something going on, bro. I think there really is like an actual going on. And I think that there's two warring factions. And I think that the side that's moving around Earth right now with us, I don't think they're the good guys. And that's us. And I think that's why we keep trying to shoot these things down. And I think that I think this side probably has some tech, but I don't think we have all the tech. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the whole situation is, but, you know, maybe it's the side that we're on is too far removed and that we don't have access to like all of the stuff, but we know it's real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we know it can work and we know some of the stuff and we know some of it, but we're so far removed that we don't know how to like click it on and actually use all of it.
Yeah.
And like we have some of the science, but not all of the science. And I think the other side is like, yeah, y'all need to these people need to just sit down somewhere. You know, but then, and like I said, you like layer the biblical part on top of it and you say like, damn, what if it really was Satan floating around here? Like, what if it really is? Like, what if Satan and his cronies, like, that's who that is? Like, what if that really is Satan and his cronies? Like, what if that really is Satan and his, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the spirits of the Nephilim. You know, we call them demons. I think demons are real, dog. I think they really exist. There's stuff floating around out here. And if you're in a weakened state, that shit will snatch you right on up, bro. And I think that, and you know, the way that I've heard it described is that these spirits, like they're demonic spirits or spirits that don't have a body or whatever, you know, like, you know, and if we're in this place where avatars are real and you can take your consciousness and put them in and put it into another body, then it would make sense that these creatures, you know, God killed their physical bodies, but their spirits are still floating around down here and still kind of have the same mission. And they can use you as an avatar.
Awesome.
And, you know, and then, you know, we hear, okay, just a couple of days ago, did you see that truck accident? The 21-year-old, like, Indian person allegedly was like under the influence, ran into the back of another truck with two cars in between, ended the life of 3 people. Truck didn't even slow down. It was almost like he wasn't even paying attention. Like there was no break, like just didn't even slow down. Like the car that was closest to him, like literally blew up into like a big ball of fire, like exploded. He hit it that hard, like blew up the whole gas tank and everything, exploded it, right? And smashed 2 cars in between him and the back of another truck. Okay. Now, if I were a chaos seeking demon and I had the opportunity to jump into a body that had a 80,000 pound truck and I wanted to just cause some chaos, you know, and he's already fated, I could just jump on in there and, you know, what if that's really what's happening? Right? What if I was a chaos person, you know, just like one of them, you know, and Billy Bob is at the bar, right? Billy Bob is at the bar and his girlfriend has left him or his wife just left him or whatever. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to go over to to Miss Billy Bob's house and I'm gonna and do her and her kids. That happened a couple weeks ago. I think he killed a dog too. You know, but it's like a demon. What if they're just the spirit of these motherfuckers that was out already down here? Spirit doesn't leave. Spirit's just out here. You know, what if things are just sitting around, sitting at the bar, just waiting for somebody with the weak will, that's down on his luck, that's confidence is in the toilet, you know, who's just not, you know, just not spiritually right. Get down to the bottom of the bottle, and then he's like, let me just slide on in here and cause some chaos. That's what I think it is, man. I'm dead serious. That's what I really think it is.
Quite possible.
What happens with one of these tech bros who doesn't believe in God's not spiritual, not whatever? Al, this guy, the guy from Chat GPT, like OpenAI, right? Now what happens? It's like, okay, that I'm gonna cause that confusion and violence a whole nother way. I'm not gonna just drive a truck into somebody. Nah, I'm gonna brainwash the whole goddamn country.
We spent fucking Skynet.
It's already happening. I mean, look, like I said, we just got the 10. Look, for everybody listening, we're not crazy. We just do this every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? We put the tin hat kufi on and we just blow off some steam, and sometimes we try to find the thread that we want to pull for the sleeve of that sweater to come off every once in a while. So we just talking smack. You know what I'm saying? We just talking smack. We don't mean it's like we're just relieving a little bit of stress. That's all. But what I will say is that everything that I said I didn't say a single thing that was like factually incorrect. Because I always wondered, I'm like, right, some of those like really heinous crimes, like the really heinous ones, where it's like a man will like kill his like wife and kids and whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, bro, like think about it, like who, like you can't even, like what regular person will even like kick a dog for real? Right?
No one. Yeah.
Like, it's just something about that. It's like why would it's a helpless animal? Why would I want to do that? But then you hear like some of the crimes and things that people do, and you're like, what would possess a person to do a thing like that? Well, I don't know. I've heard about these fallen angels things. I've heard about them. They seem kind of crazy on some biblical type stuff. So I don't know. Maybe, like I said, I could be tripping. I'm crazy maybe, but you know, never thought about it on a spiritual level like that. Reminds me of a movie from the 90s. I'm telling you guys, here, my personal opinion. Like I said, I'm only speculating. We don't know, but I think it's more tied together than we know. I think it's not. I don't think it's as separate, right? Because we think about like aliens as being one thing, and then spirituality and angels and demons being a different, like on a different plane. What if they're the same? What if they're the same? Right? Like what if they're the same? Yes, the fallen. Yes. What if they're the same? You know, I mean, and when you really like put them on top of each other, when you layer the stuff on top, and you're just like, damn, you know what? Huh. That would make a little bit of sense, right? And like I said, bro, here's the crazy part to me. Like what really, I don't think you guys really truly understand what I say when I say, how is it that on a 6,000-year-old tablet written in stone in cuneiform, like with the freaking stylus, like wedges in a rock that's been baked, clay that was rock from 6,000 years ago, they're telling stories of doing DNA experiments on the hominids that are on this planet. And here's the crazy part about it. Remember, I was kind of telling you how, like, the way DNA works, like, everything can't just mate with everything.
Right.
You know, right? A horse and a donkey make a mule, but a mule can't make another mule. Like, that's how tight it is, right? Like a lion and a tiger can mate and have they can have a thing, but that thing can't mate. It can't work, right? But in the tablets, they're talking about, well, I tried to do it like this and that, and it didn't quite work. It had hairy fingers, or it had extra fingers, and I tried it like this and like that, and then the head was too big, and I tried this and like that, and it didn't live very long, and this like that, and it came out, it looked like a monster, and I tried this and like that. They literally talk about experimenting on the hominids that were on this planet. And we're like trying to figure out what the proper combination and essence of it was. And then it was like the woman, the small G God, she was like, I'm going to carry it and take it to term. And I'm going to put it inside me. And it worked. Like, the way that they described Eden was not the way we described. Eden was a breeding farm, the way it's described in these tablets. Because again, there's not enough biological diversity for only 2 people to populate the entire planet. There just isn't. It's like mathematically not possible. So they ran Eden, EDIN, which is what is in the tablet. They ran it like a breeding farm in the tablet.
Did I ever tell you about the what happened with the Assassin's Creed games?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like that. Like the original games, like the first 2 games were kind of focus on this conspiracy. There's 2 organizations fighting against each other, the Assassins and Templars. And like the ongoing thing, they're the Templars trying to find what they call these pieces of Eden, these seemingly holy artifacts, but they have like alien designs to them. And there's like mini games throughout the game, like these puzzles that when you figure out, you get like a flash of like a little movie. And when you put it all together, you realize it's basically it's the interpretation of Adam and Eve like fleeing Eden. And the original, like the guy's original story, which I don't think is fully out there, but it was gonna be like a retelling of Adam and Eve from a different point of view, like these ancient gods being like an alien race, alien like Eden being like a spaceship or whatever. But out of nowhere, Ubisoft they canceled that. It's now just this ongoing mediocre franchise now. It started off with a very interesting story that had a strong fan base. People were into it. Then
it was too close to the truth, bro.
Might have been.
It was too close to the truth.
Might have been.
It was probably too close to the truth. Look, like I said, all I'm simply saying is, if you were to just re-examine all this stuff that is like supposed to be mythical, crazy, whatever, right? The powers that we might have had, the things that might have been done, the flying machines, the parting of the seas, the weapons that they may or may not have had, all the stuff that they said, that we've been told was like mythical, whatever, that shit was real. I believe it was real. I believe that we were damn near X-Men at one point. I think that we had X-Men type powers and abilities. I think that telepathically, if we could figure out how to open up our third eye, me and Broken Blade could sit here 2,000 miles away from each other and not say a single word out of our mouths and communicate right on point and talk to each other, no problem. I really think that's possible. I do. And I'm gonna go a step further. I think black people are particularly close to being the closest thing to the most pure version of that. I think our people, I think we are the closest. I think that's why we get so much hate from these non-melanated people. Because I think deep down, I think they're the people that we're talking about. And I think that they're jealous of us, which is exactly what happened back in the day. I think that how is it that the only legislated slaves on the whole planet basically run culture? Everybody wants to be like
us. Military might. Us doing us.
On accident. We be falling into being just cool just on GP. Just on GP, where everybody wants to be, just, right? Before black,
like expect us to freak out about wanting to have like a completely homogenized community for themselves. Like, that's fine. We don't give a shit. We try to do the same. Everybody has a problem.
They're freaking out. Because I think it's in their DNA, bro. I'm so serious. As crazy as that sounds, I think that there was more truth than not. And it's more literal than not. And I think us as a people, and I do mean, the blacks on this side of the pond, the blacks on this side of the thing, I really think we are the closest thing to Adam, the closest thing to what was created, the closest spiritually. Bro, why don't we want to? Why is it that we don't want to go taking heads off right now, Broken Blade? Why do you think it is that we don't want to crash out? Like right now, crash out, everything. Why do you think that is? Why are we like, man, just leave us alone? I'm good. Just just let me be. Leave me be. No revenge. Just leave us alone. That's divine. That's truly divine. I think so. I think
4:7. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus.
I mean, it's in there. Why else would
Under all leaps of logic, our peace surpasses all understanding. Even Patrice said this, like, we should have suicide armors left, right, and center the more you look into our history.
I'm just saying, right? So you read this. So like I said, man, just you go back and just read the myths, and you're like, because I'm telling you how there's stuff in the Bible that's taken directly off these freaking tablets from like way before, like word for word. Some of the stuff in the Bible is like same as. I'm not saying that the Bible is not what it is. I'm just saying it ain't the first time that story's been told, right? And everything is cyclical. I don't think that I think that there's been multiple times that the Nephilim have been down here kicking up dust. Like it's not, I think that there was like a time where God was like, let me just go ahead and shake up this snow globe and do that. But then I think that there was a time that something happened that was maybe unintentional, which is also in some of the myths. Like again, that the war that I'm telling you, there's a war in the, I don't know if it was in the Enuma Elish or one or the other Indian, there was a great battle and almost killed everybody. And in that battle, they released like the great weapon, the Brahma Mothra or whatever. And they called it the Great Wind. And everybody had to get the hell up off the planet. And because once they released the weapon, you couldn't take it back again. And it pretty much just about killed everybody. And the people that could get off planet got off planet. And I think that was one of the bottlenecks at which almost everything on the planet died. And that, check this out, Broken Blade. What if the pyramids were doing what the pyramids are doing, was pyramiding, and then that thing happened and almost killed everybody, and the pyramids were just left here empty by themselves with nobody there. Slowly but surely things got built up again, and those people just came across these monster, and then they adopted them. That's what I really think happened.
Possibility.
So, yeah, man. Yeah, see? Yeah, we really don't. We don't. And they found that ninth planet. They know that it's floating around out there somewhere. Allegedly it's got, so there's two things. There's one, they think that there's a ninth planet, but then two, they think that there's another, the sun has it's a pair. There's another body out there somewhere that they can't see it. And they think that that's on this like crazy elliptical, like, because our sun, usually suns come in pairs allegedly. That's just what the science people say. I think that if every, say, 36,000 years, that thing comes close to us, what happens is the gravity upsets the balance of the planet and crazy things happen. And if that were the case, then just a sheer could be an accidental wiping of the planet on this kind of cyclical thing that we didn't realize was on the horizon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bro, they had that. Look, there's an underground city in Turkey. There's an underground city in China that can hold hundreds of thousands of people. Why would you do that? Unless you needed to.
Yeah.
Unless you needed to. I told you, what's that? They think, some people think that there's there was a period in time where there was like some sort of a solar flare or something, where essentially the surface of the earth was unlivable because the sun was like cooking everything. And that's why everybody went underground. Yeah. There's things like that happen all the time. You know what I'm saying? What do they say? Yeah, that's how our planet got drawn out of its original orbit. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, so that was fun. Once a week. Hey, I'm down. Once a week, we can talk about Bigfoot. So once a week, maybe we'll make it. Maybe we do Thursdays. Do like Thursdays or Fridays. We'll talk about like Bigfoot and aliens and
I guess Freaky Friday to give it some goofy name.
Okay, all right, and we could do that. We'll do that. We won't do it this Friday since we already did it today, but yeah, we'll do that. I'm down. I don't know, chat. You guys tell me if you guys want to start talking crazy. Pick a day where we can just chop it up and talk about just aliens and stuff. I think I don't know. I don't mind doing it. Like I said, once I started kind of pulling threads, I just like, for me, it was the IVF on the goddamn emerald tablets. That to me jacked my whole head up. It was weird because it was almost like, you hear the stories and like, I think I was like, might've been listening to this, Billy Carson, I think that's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like listening and I'm like, all right, that's kind of cool. It's funny or whatever. But then they were reading it. And I don't even think it was his forbidden knowledge that I was listening to. I think I was like listening to like one of those, it might've been like a Anunnaki kind of stories. And I was like, what is this? And I was like, I remember listening to the King's List and they were like, it was so specific. That's another thing. The King's List was like so specific. And he was like, this king reigned for 28,000 years. And this one reigned for 15,000 years. And this one reigned for 32,000 years. And this one took over this one and fought from this town of, and I'm like, what the, and it just seemed so specific. I'm like, that's just a really strange, like, it's like story time. And you're going to take the time to like list out 250,000 years of kings that ruled on the
Yeah.
into a stone. Like I couldn't get my head wrapped around that. And I was like, that seems really like specific. 18,642 years, 7,900 years, battled the king of so-and-so, and took over and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, it seems so specific for it not like who.
Dude, that's complete bullshit. That's some S tier autism. That really just come up with a story and just go with it. Maybe still try to dodge predators and shit. You still have the time to like go full blown George Lucas.
Where did Star Wars even come from, bro? Star Wars is probably like, Star Wars? You know what I'm saying? Like what? Right. And then think about this too. Like I said, man, remember we talked about that the gate program, Jedi Knights. What did the Jedi Knights do? They went around looking for all the gifted kids.
Yes.
And they took the gifted kids away from their parents. What are we doing right now? You know what I heard? I heard that the government believes that children, particularly children that are closer to nature, so children from impoverished areas, have more clear minds and able to communicate with these ships. So they're going to these places and taking these children to get them to learn how to fly these alleged ships. And they're teaching them psionics. You heard that story about the guy in the jungle, right? We talked about that.
Uh-oh.
Are y'all ready for you guys just really ready? Okay. So I believe we can cause earthquakes. I think
shout out Marshawn Lynch. I think we pretty much have evidence.
Yeah.
Beastquake,
right? No, but I mean, I think it's called HARP.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that we know how to put energy into the atmosphere, and I think that we can actually put energy into the earth and cause earthquakes. I believe that it was the American government that accidentally, caused the Sumatra earthquake, the one that killed 250,000 people. I believe we accidentally caused that fault line to rupture, causing the tsunami. Well, it turns out there in Indonesia that we were running. So what happened was all of those people, we killed 250,000 people. All of Indonesia was destroyed or whatever. The military sends guys into Indonesia to help get either Americans out or to help with like getting people that needed help, right? Because it was like destroyed by the tsunami. Got me? So there's a military guy that has told this story. Essentially, him and his boys, they were supposed to go, up and over into some area to make sure everything was cool. They come up over a rise, they look out, and they can see a clearing. In the clearing, he said they saw what looked like an octagon, but it looked like a ship, like the roof of something. And they could see it, and it was spinning. They couldn't see the bottom of it, but they could see the roof. He said it was spinning, and it looked about the size of like 2 or 3 football fields in size. Okay, in this clearing. So him and his group start trudging down the hill to get over to this clearing to see what the hell that is. They can see what looks like floating over there in the clearing. Yeah. As they're coming up and getting to the edge of the clearing, they pop up and realize there's a whole nother crew. They're surrounded. These guys are surrounded by other guys with guns. Now, this is U.S. military, mind you. They have black outfits on, black guns and stuff, but they don't have any insignia on them. They're unmarked, everything. They're on these dudes. They're yelling and screaming, put your gun down. They have a full-blown like standoff, but they got the drop on these dudes. So these dudes are not ready, right? Yeah. Get the weapons out. They're like looking at their dog tags, whatever. As they're holding these guys at gunpoint, the guy's looking at this 2-3 football sized thing floating in a clearing, and it's just rotating like a top, and the bottom of it has dropped down, and they're driving trucks underneath this thing onto a platform, and the platform gets raised up into the ship. Mind you, they're at gunpoint. This guy told this story in front of Congress, by the way. So he's trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
A link to this on YouTube.
I'll find it for you. I'll find the story. Cool. We'll cover it. So he sees this truck and what looks like refrigeration containers being pulled by the trucks. He's thinking it's drugs. Okay. These refrigeration machines get pulled up into this thing. The thing pulls up. The bottom of it comes up. The get pulled up into the ship. The ship lifts up and turns up at 45 degrees and goes pew, and disappears into the distance. They give these guys their weapons back. They let them go. They get back to base. They're trying to get debriefed or whatever. And they're like, you didn't see nothing. So this guy goes on about his business, goes the rest of his life. So this guy goes to a UFO, one of those events, one of those big things, and he's getting ready to tell his story. Yeah. He tells his story, and there's people in the audience that thought that he was like full of shit until he started telling his story. Now he thinks they're running drugs. Yeah. Somebody in the audience knew exactly what the hell was going on. So after he tells his story, dude pulls him aside and is like, hey, look, that wasn't drugs. They were children. They were children, poor kids in Indonesia that they were experimenting on, that they were using to try to fly these things, and they were getting them the hell out of Dodge after the tsunami. They were trafficking kids. Poor, war-torn place, 250,000 people die. No one's going to be, people will be sad, but like, what if your kid got washed away? Like, you're not going to find a body. You know what I'm saying? But the guy described the ship. He was like, it looked like an octagon. He was like, it was black, had a sharp tip. It looked like there were a couple of vents here or there where there were some lights on it. And essentially it was like sitting in one place, spinning like a top. And it had a platform that had dropped down to the ground. They drove the truck and all the trailers and all the refrigeration trucks and all that stuff. They drove it on, whole thing popped, came up into the bottom of the ship. Ship tipped up, pew, took off. And then the guy, he said he took pictures of it. He said he took pictures of it from the top of the hill before they dropped in. Uh-huh. And he didn't tell anybody that he took pictures, right? So he goes back to his barracks. He puts his camera away. He does all his stuff or whatever. He goes to debrief. I think he might have gone, run some errands, done some other stuff. He goes back at the end of the night to see his camera. They broke his camera, took the memory card and everything. And he didn't tell anybody that he had taken any pictures of it. Took the memory card, broke the camera. like broke into his box. I'll find the story. It's that Jesse Michaels, he told the story on a Jesse Michaels podcast. I'll find it for you. We'll talk about it. But yeah, because he told the story multiple times. But what happened was there was a guy that was gonna basically kind of like false flag him, make him seem like, you know what I'm saying? They were gonna like see if he was really telling the truth, or gonna fuck with him a little bit, until he started describing the actual ship and like some of the detail. And they were like, oh snap. Damn, he really saw it. he was like, oh shit, he really saw it. And so then they pull him aside and they're like, yeah, what you saw was real, but it wasn't drugs, it was kids. And a completely separate story that we somehow got mixed in was that once they were talking about this weapon that we have, HARP or whatever, and that someone that was talking about it was like, I'm pretty sure that we accidentally on purpose caused the Sumatra earthquake. Then once again, you start layering these things on top of each other and you're like, I mean, if you wanted to just snatch a whole bunch of people and you didn't want anybody wondering where the hell they went or why they went somewhere, right? Like maybe you wanted to just do a little bitty earthquake with a little bitty tsunami and it ended up being a big old tsunami. You know what I'm saying?
It is wild.
I think that we're causing all this bad weather in China right now too. Like China's had some crazy like floods and whatever. I think it's us.
That's a low level shit there. Like we have something that can control the weather. Why would you not use it to fuck with political enemies? That's an easy one. Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I really think it's us. I think that we recognize that they have weak infrastructure. And that it's like, why fire a missile or a gun when I can just freaking flood out your cities and towns and destroy all your food and your infrastructure? I would just do that. Yeah. Jerome said, bloody hell. No, real talk. I'm dead serious. Sherbrooke kids have been taken by others to experiment. Let me see if I can find. If I can find it fast enough. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, but hold on. Let's see, Jesse Michaels. Oh wait. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Oh, let me find it. Let's see. Indonesia. Hold on, I'm about to fuck your whole head up. Y'all thought I was full of shit. I know it. I was like, you were tripping, fool. There's no way. Nah. Hold on. Here, I'm gonna put the link right here. This is what I was talking about just a second ago. I thought I was bullshitting. Hold on. Let me see.
While starting my first of 5 success.
Hold on a sec.
And which was a little weird, but of course, I've never been on a mission before that point, so that was kind of the first one for me.
Why were you guys rerouted?
It was the only ship, but that was the orders we were given. I don't know specifically why. There was speculation, and then when we actually got briefed in the ward room, that there were some Obama's family members that were there, so they had some SEAL team that was going to be there to retrieve those people if need be.
That's interesting, because Obama lived there from age 6 to 10, I believe,
so.
with his mom.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so there were some relatives, and they were going to get them out, because what happens in that part of the world is when there's a natural disaster happens, usually these terrorist organizations or these insurgent groups will typically try to take over that area and inflict harm, chaos, ransom, I mean, whatever they do. And so they were afraid of that. So that's why they sent a reactionary force to basically go cordon area off and then go deal with that, which we didn't do too much of that. All we basically did was try to provide security for an LZ, so that way they can keep, we can keep if there were people there, which this particular LZ didn't have anybody there, which was weird.
For the audience, what's an LZ?
Landing zone. It's more like a hasty LZ. So hasty LZ means it's a hasty landing zone. So it's something that wasn't like prepared ahead of time. Like, we're going to plot here and this is where we're going to go. It's just like, here's the clearing. This is where they're going to land. At least that's how it felt. Pilots could probably attest to something different. I don't know. And then basically that's when we disembark the helicopter, and for us it's like, okay, you're gonna have the tactical advantage, take the high ground. So that's what we decided to do. And I wasn't the one who was in charge of all this, so there was weird to not have the comms, because everybody's talking about that.
Yep.
I was not the one who set up. Maybe the squad leader or whoever was in charge at that point had something.
You guys had no comms, no signals.
To my knowledge, no, I don't remember anybody having that. We could have had a little radio or something that the sergeant that was there at the time.
You're sent into the jungle alone, basically,
Well,
with your unit.
Correct. So it's like a fire team plus 2, so 6 guys, and so we end up seeing this craft, which.
That's amazing. Who made this?
So I was actually looking for other accounts of octagonal craft that people may have.
That's about what I saw in my head.
So I did a quick Google search, came across this on Etsy, and so I can't remember the gentleman's name, but I ended up getting in touch with him and told him who I was. So he sent me 2 of these. One, I signed for him and sent it back to him so he can have that, and 2, because he hooked me up with 2 models. But
did he make that to spec, or he had already built that?
No, he made this to spec. So this was after the fact of what I came forward with. But this essentially is what we saw. So
it almost looks like a fractal. Like you have like kind of an accentuated version of the 8-gon or octagon shape on top. That's like a pyramid, and then you have like a lesser, a less concave version in the middle, and then like an even less, more kind of spread out.
And this is off from memory, because what people, yes, this was like a very matte black, but then it was also transitioning like a light matte gray. And I don't know if we were going down this hill and we could still kind of see it, and maybe sun was hitting it to an extent, or I don't know, but it was basically like it was changing colors. But this panel right here, whatever these are, were basically the very Vanta black, which was the blackest I've ever seen anything. There's like light could get absorbed into this.
Almost like a black hole or something.
Kind of. That's the only way I can describe it.
Or Vanta black is this BMW car.
The paint that they did, that it basically absorbs light. It's very crazy stuff. So that's what that reminded me of. But, I estimated that this thing was probably about 300 feet. And when we end up getting into this clearing is basically when we were intercepted by this force. So Arrow put out a report that was completely false, because I didn't say it was U.S. Special Operations. That never came out of my mouth. What I hypothesized is that they were at some point, because the tactics they used, they already had to drop on us by the time we even noticed them. So yeah, you got armchair generals out there who said, oh yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I would have fired on him. I was like, yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Get pulled over by a cop and have a weapon and see how fast you can reach it while he's already got his drawn on you. We'll see how well that works for you. FAFO.
You and your fellow Marines, you did not have rounds chambered.
No, we did
when
not.
you were encountered in like a pincer formation.
We were in condition 3, so all we had was a magazine insert. So all you have to do is hit the charging handle to chamber around. But if we're sitting there patrolling, because this is the funny thing, is there's a lot of optics that are played and stuff like this, right? So it's not like you're wanting to use this. Now, granted, Indonesia is the 2nd largest terrorist capital in the world, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to encounter any kind of bad guys, which we really didn't encounter that. And for these operators who we encountered, who's to say that they're really bad? Because the difference is if we were to do an operation ourselves, and we had no idea that were armed coming up to us, I'm pretty sure we'd react in the same way, especially if there's something that's going on that we either need to protect people, protect assets, or something going on. We're not going to have the same kind of welcoming, like, yeah, go ahead and take a look, guys.
But before we speculate on what was going on there, just the core details, how long did you get a clean shot, like a look at that craft?
Several times, because while we're being held up at gunpoint, which these guys are at standoff distance, it's not like they're sitting there pointing a muzzle right at your face like this close, because that's only Hollywood that does that. And these guys are smart enough, just like in the military, you're going to be at a standoff distance, so nobody can get the advantage of you trying to disarm you, whatever it might be. So, but frequently dealing with these guys and dealing with that craft, it's just going back and forth.
So, like, how long is this process where you have a clean look at the craft? Is it like it's minutes? It's not.
It's minutes.
Okay. Wow.
It's nothing like substantially long.
Yeah.
It's just enough because, like I said, these trucks were coming up,
yeah,
which were either Tundras or F-350s. More likely they're probably Tundras. But the only thing I could make out was that it was some sort of heavy-duty truck that was built on that some sort of chassis that was big enough to pull these containers.
And how close are you to the craft while you're being apprehended?
Maybe 150, 300 meters, if that, because the way like this clearing was pretty big, but this craft was enormous.
And because even in the rendition, there's like a platform below the craft.
Correct.
And do you have any like first intuitions as to what that served as, the platform versus
the craft? Well, that platform came into that craft itself. Wow. It lifted off the ground. Now, when you're looking at it like this, I mean, of course, you can see that there's like a metal pole there to basically hold this up top, but there was no metal pole or nothing to support that, right? So this thing was either anti-gravitic itself and how it basically merged in together. Wow. So it's something like, it's very, like there's Air Force cargo planes that basically detach the fuselage so that way they can just roll the plane off, load up everything, load it, and then just take off.
Fleet runs everything But balancing maintenance, costs, and reporting shouldn't slow you down. Meet Fleetio, your complete
And then it might be the same kind of concept, just something very quick. They just load up, get whatever they want, and get the hell out of there.
And so these guys apprehend you, and what sort of equipment do they have? Do they say anything
So
interesting?
they're obviously talking about they want to smoke us, or what should we do with these guys? They're making threats. We can get lost out here. We can, take you anywhere pretty much. We can kill you. Should we shoot these guys? It's going back and forth. And it was only just two of them talking with us. But you could tell by their dialects that they were American. You can tell by their facial expressions that they were serious people.
How many are they versus how many are you?
So there's 6 of us and there are 8 of them.
Okay.
And they, like I said, they were split off. So when they kind of approached us, when we were going down in a tactical column, they were 4 and 4 on each side. So they basically almost have what they call a nosebleed. So they basically had sectors of fire like this. So for them to fire upon us is not going to take as many rounds because they could just hit us instantaneously. So these guys knew what the hell they were doing. And that was interesting, having thought about at least what these guys' backgrounds could be. Then Jake comes forward, which is interesting, especially his background and his people, so very good guys, by the way. But these guys in particular, I mean, they were so fluid and so smooth. It's like they've done this several times. It's just protocol. They just know it so well. It's just very fluid.
Hey guys, I want to tell you about my new favorite piece of apparel. These are called the Perfect Jeans. They're mainly just to see the person
chamber and then flip it off safe on fire. While they already have their safe, you could hear them flip them off, and then basically just they could have got us.
You heard the safeties flip off?
Oh yeah.
Wow. And did they have any other equipment?
They had something that was like a biometrics. It's like a BAT system because that's something that we were kind of taught a little bit on how to track people. So biometrics tracking. And so when insurgents were having this used on them, it takes fingerprints, it takes pictures and all that kind of stuff. They had something very similar to that. And then they had like a...
Did they take photos or fingerprints?
They were trying to take... So they took our CAD cards out of our pockets, which we always have our CAD cards in our left breast pocket. And so when they took that out, they were trying to scan them. And I don't know if it didn't work or whatever, but they were getting frustrated with it. And then this is when they took out another device that looked like a modern day smartphone, very thin. And then I've had people that were formerly of the CIA tell me that these are CAVCOM devices that they use. And that's basically what they were able to translate and get that information to whoever had it. Because they knew who we were after that point because they had our IDs, had our names, they had our ranks, everything. So as that's going on, they're searching us down, which I had, before making that trek down the hill, I had a little Panasonic camera that I actually took pictures of this thing with from a top view, at least because there's some parts of it that were obscured because of vegetation. And I also had pictures of the helicopter, like one of them was, when we were on the ship, and, I had all these photos that I took, even out of town and all that. And they didn't find it in my dump pouch, which was good because then the whole time I'm thinking like, I got something that can fucking prove this. It's not just fucking hearsay, right? And so.
What do you have that could prove it?
The pictures.
You had the pictures, and that was in your pouch.
And that was in my pouch.
Got it.
They never searched that pouch.
Wow.
So I was a saw gunner by trade, so that's what we always had was, everybody has a pouch, but typically I just had like drum mag pouches instead of regular M16 or M4 magazine pouches, which I had a magazine pouch right here just in case we had to use magazines for the saw because it could take both, belt fed with magazines. So as they're going through us, they're basically searching us up and down, and then they're basically just threatening us again, just kind of roughing us up a little bit. And then that's when the trucks started coming because, I'm paying attention to these guys that are doing this stuff to us. And then all of a sudden I'm paying attention to these trucks that we start seeing pull up, and they have these trailers on the back that have this HVAC system on the top. So that was the suspicion I had that it was drugs because some of the heavy equipment industry that I do deal with, they have containers that do that for like vegetation or for like food or for equipment that needs to be chilled, wherever it might be. So I'm like, okay, I think it's drugs. So they drive these trucks onto this platform here, which is, you can see like when the trucks are going up, the trucks were getting smaller, which was able to kind of gauge the size a little bit. And then they were loading it on. I mean, I didn't see how they actually took the trailers off.
They drove on the platform that like seemingly levitates up.
It didn't make any noise. It didn't make any noise.
You said it makes like almost like a bass hum.
Like a hum. The whole thing itself did the whole time. And it's something that's so different that if somebody was to recreate it accurately, like Joey kind of did the same thing, which is very similar. Correct. It was something like that because it wasn't a traditional propulsion system by any means. It's not like a rotor inside something.
And so you got photos of the craft?
Yes, I did. I took video and photos. When we were on top of that hill is when I took photos of this thing, and it was obscured by some vegetation. And that's what caught our eye because it was something that was very abstract from the rest of the environment that's changing colors. It was like, is it a building? What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And I wasn't the one who made the decision to go down there to go find out.
And when you were on top of the hill, you couldn't see the trucks or the operators.
Nothing.
Couldn't see people.
Because like I said, it's very dense jungle, very thick vegetation. There's some clearings, of course. There's some, what I could remember at least, which mainly was a vegetation. I can't tell you if there's mountains or hills or anything, which I remember there being hills, of course, when we were flying, it could kind of peek out. But other than that, I don't know exactly where we went or where we landed to or anything like that. And I know there's been people that have been trying, that I've asked for help to see if they could find the LZs. And to no avail, they can't because there's no information on them.
And the F-350s or Tundras or whatever these trucks are, they're attached to, it's like containers with HVAC? What do the containers look like?
So it's like a kind of like a shipping container a little bit, but a little bit more reinforced, if you want to call it that.
Okay.
And that's what I hypothesized it was drugs. It was just like, and so it also had things that are like Pelican casings on the back of the actual truck beds themselves. So there could be weapons, there could be other things in those things because they're very airtight and they seal up from moisture pretty well. So it keeps everything dry. So yeah, it could have been weapons. It could have been anything, but we mainly would put weapons in those. So I'm assuming they did the same thing too.
Yep.
And so when we saw the last trucks go up was basically when this whole thing happened with the platform raising up and then the craft lowered itself. And then it went over the tree line because it was it was like literally on the ground, or not on the ground, but it was hovering on the ground, but it was low enough that it was actually lower than the treetops. So this thing rose up past the treetops and then it shot off to the left. But prior to doing that, because it's rotating, and it was rotating in a clockwise motion, So you can start seeing these lights appear on the very corners of this thing, which were red, yellow, green, and blue, the only things I remember seeing. And then this thing just shot off, and it was just like a black blur.
So extremely fast.
Extremely fast enough that obviously it for some reason did not disturb the vegetation around it. There was coconuts in these trees that could have easily fallen off with rotor wash or exhaust wash from low-flying aircraft. That didn't happen. And obviously it didn't make a sonic boom either because of how fast this thing flew off.
Wow.
But it was just like a black blur.
That's incredible. I mean, any estimates on speed, or is that just really hard?
I mean, several thousand miles an hour. I've never seen anything fast like that. I wanted to be a fighter pilot too, so I know what aircraft and how they move, and I can tell you all the armament that can go on these things. And this was never something that I ever would think I would ever experience.
Did it shoot off inland or towards the ocean?
Towards the ocean.
And any sort of ruffling of the treetops, or it almost felt like it was.
It was almost like its own environment. Nothing that could react to what our environment was.
And so this is important, I think, to tell the audience. Like, ETs are never mentioned in the context of the core details of the story have nothing to do with extraterrestrials. No. And did you have a first instinct on whether this was man-made or not of this earth, or? Two things.
Well, prior to that, I didn't believe in the subject, and I ridiculed the hell out of people for it. Mm-hmm. I was like, you guys are fucking crazy. Like, they make movies great. Of course, the movies that come out are all fucking terrifying and shit. So it's like, you can imagine a xenomorph, if that exists, and what it would do here. Yeah. Or The Thing from John Carpenter's. I mean, it's something like that. I mean, fuck that shit. But,
Did you ever encounter it in military context before this? Where, like,
no.
Yeah, okay. So, like, literally,
really.
So in zero context.
Zero context.
Check this out.
And we go to this.
You see those two fans blowing? They have.
What do you think? Thought I was bullshitting?
Okay.
And
where are you?
I'm just gonna say it's in California. Okay. But that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
right.
Sure,
I'm not gonna give specifics to where this location was, which is hard to do because there's people who research this, and by all means research it, figure it out. You're gonna find some interesting stuff. Mm-hmm. So we go to this particular place in California, and he introduces himself again as this alias, right? Mm-hmm. And so he ends up sending a driver to go get us lunch, which was cool. And so he ended up knowing what I wanted, which was weird, but that's on a separate tangent.
He knew what you wanted food-wise.
Okay. This gentleman did because I told him I wanted some Subway because I haven't had that in a while.
But he knew the exact order that was your favorite order or something? Okay.
It was very...
So they had like a little dossier on you or something.
I don't know if that's what the case was, or this guy was...
Well, it would make sense in the context of Jake even saying that his initial role was to red team or infiltrate.
I mean, he ran... Yeah. And I mean, it's speculation, of course. He told me personally that what his role was after the fact of getting to know him and getting information from him for almost the past couple of years. Mm-hmm. This guy that was with him was a very good...
So what they're talking about is the guy that's about to confirm what his experience, that the guy that I was telling you that kind of pulled him aside. I was like, hey, actually, what you saw was...
person, very good guy. Cool. And I mean, everybody that I know through Jake was a great person, So we end up going into this office building, or not really an office building, just like an office, like a conference.
Solo Dolo. What you say, Barstow? Do you know that's where I'm from? You know that, right? Solo Dolo, you know that's where I'm from? That's my hometown. I was literally born in Barstow Hospital. Did you know that? That's my home. That's literally where I'm from. That's where I was all summer. Yeah, I'm from Barstow. Actually from there. Barstow Hospital is where I was born. Oh, it's crazy.
So we sit down. He tells me, okay, go ahead and take out your phone and put it on airplane mode and set it off on the side. So I do that.
You knew some guys in your unit from there? Shit. How old were they? How old are you? Let's see, I'm 45. If they were close, I went to high school with those guys if they were from Barstow.
And then actually prior to that, he pulls out this wand thing. It's like this box with this loop. And he says, so he went over it himself and was like, go ahead and take it and do it to yourself. And that's when we heard the beeper go off on that wand because it went over the phone and it reacted. So he's like, oh yeah, go ahead and put it on airplane mode and do that. So he's making sure I wasn't chipped or had any kind of listening devices or something, like a wire, for example. So then we sit at this conference room table and he's explaining to me what it was. He explained the containers, he explained the program, P3, P3 is not the real program designation, it's just what they call it, which was psionic potential predisposition.
Okay. And so,
I mean, it sounds very far out there, but being in these shoes for the last almost 2 years and understanding that consciousness is really the key to this whole thing. If you want to understand how these UFOs operate, you need to understand consciousness better.
And so what was in these containers? Because he thought initially it might have been drugs.
I thought it was drugs, and he had said I was completely wrong about that.
And what is he telling you?
He's saying it is basically these people who are psionic assets who have been screened from third world countries, that they use them, because there's different groups that are recruited out of the United States to participate in different parts of the world.
And explain what a psionic asset is.
These are people that they have a psychic ability to an extent, to my understanding, and they use these people to basically hook up to this advanced technology, whether it's NHI technology, ET craft, if you will, and basically either summon them or call them in, invite them in. And then the dark part about this whole thing, because everybody started getting wrapped up in the human trafficking. that got slapped onto it. Now, understanding how the dynamic is now where these people volunteer for this kind of work, because one, it's, if you guys had the opportunity to participate in something that was mind blowing with this technology, would you guys accept it?
This is where I got real, like, this is where I got off the wagon. Not get off the wagon is in the story, like got off the wagon like, oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'd want to know more. I'd be cautious. What about you?
You'd be cautious, but if it was in a sense where you're participating, because everybody's like, oh, these people are dying and all that. Well, why aren't you complaining about people going to the military? Because you're taking risks going in the military too, where you could die. Or you want to drive a race car for a living. You happen to crash.
This is this is the justification for slavery right here. But whatever.
Well, that kills you. Or you play professional sports, you could always get screwed up. When I did competitive bodybuilding, people talk about the risk of being on performance-enhancing drugs.
Well, let's even just super basically for the audience. So these psionic assets what are they doing vis-a-vis UFOs?
They are basically getting into a cognitive or a state of consciousness to attract these craft to appear at these certain ranges in this organization, not Jake's team. So everybody needs to understand that.
Drugging them and trying to communicate with alien craft. Now think about this, Broken Blade. Remember we were talking about, now if Satan is on this side, right, and those other ones are on that side, and then Satan, maybe they can't quite, they in their current state, they can't get the machine to do what it needs it to do. They got to find someone that's pure, that has the ability to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Jake's team is completely different from what this organization does. And this organization will then sometimes target them with these EMP weapon systems or scalar, and they knock them out of the sky.
So you're sort of baiting the UFOs to come in, and then you're
knock them out of the sky, bait them in. So they use the kids to try to coax, to communicate, to get them to come close, and they.
That's where Jake's team would come into need, is because his team would get contracted to go pick up these vehicles and then transfer them to a facility.
Okay, so you speak at the NPC, you're then contacted by Jake, and you're then taken to a location. Now, what about the other 5 Marines that experienced the 8-gon, possibly reverse engineered craft with you? What have they said? Because I gotta know, but I want to.
Only 2 of them have reached out after the fact. The other 3 have not, and I don't think they're going to, and I frankly don't think they ever want any part of this. Now, I can attest to this. What have you personally seen? Because I've shared some communication with 2 of them. What did you see them do?
Yeah, both from communications like between you and them that you've showed me, as well as Joey trying to speak to these 2 specific Marines. They always, every single time, say, leave me out of it. I don't want to talk about it, but never once have they denied it.
You've offered to actually show us some of these texts while obviously removing any personally identifying information with your communications with one of these.
You saw the unredacted before, right?
Yeah.
To make sure you did too. So you know the names, you guys have seen them.
Yes, we've seen the names, and yes.
To make sure you did too. So you know the names, you guys have seen them.
Yes, we've seen the names, and yes.
Yeah, man, this is.
I've seen them.
Yes, we've seen the names, and yes.
Hey, man, this is asking too much of me, and it's not worth the risk. My family and military career far exceed anything you're asking of me. It's not worth my life or jeopardizing my family. I know we go back, but this is asking too much. You need to get that out. You need to get out of whatever you're in, and don't get me involved.
Fellow alchemist, Lucy breakers are breakers.
This is asking too much of me, and it's not worth the risk. And this is presumably after a phone call you guys
had? I gave him a phone call from when I was instructed by some people in the Senate Intel. Try to get a hold of him to see if he wants to actually talk to us.
Okay, so you just spoke. You asked him to come out. He said, hey, this is asking too much of me, and it's not worth the risk. My family and military career far exceed anything you are asking of me. It's not worth my life or jeopardizing my family. You need to get out of whatever you are in, and don't get me involved, presumably.
Yeah, I can't view it because it's a screenshot.
Okay.
But he basically after that says, don't ever ask me to do this shit ever again. That's what he said the last part.
Yeah.
Right. This was another guy that reached out to me.
Yep.
Through LinkedIn after he saw my Sean Ryan appearance.
Yep. And again, Gerb and I both have seen the names.
But squad mate, right?
Yep.
So what the fuck else does that mean?
Yeah.
Saw your interview. My email is blank, right? So I sent him a message, said check your email. Sends this over. So what's up, buddy? How you doing? He says, I'm doing good, brother. Saw that you're getting the word out. Mad respect. Said, means a lot hearing from you, brother, especially since we were close. And then he says, yeah, brother, keep the faith. There is nothing, no borders lines that they won't cross. He says, well, I have a spot for my team. So basically, if he wanted to get involved with us trying to do this, and that's pretty much it. And you guys saw it when it wasn't redacted. You guys saw the names. You guys saw that nothing was.
Yep. And you said, well, I have a spot for you on my team if I go after trafficking off. So that's the human trafficking.
Yep, if that is the case, because there's some people who reach out to me that are combating real human trafficking in Africa, South America.
Yeah.
He's obviously trained, so if he wanted to participate in doing that kind of stuff, I got people reach out to me, hey, you want a part of the task force?
And he says at the end, sounds good, brother, keep posted. Be easy, stay safe.
Yep.
Wow. But yeah, it says, yeah, brother, keep the faith. There are no borders nor lines that they won't cross. Yeah.
Yep. And he's going to say, so you're getting the
word out. Yeah, the word. Yeah. What is he talking about if he's not implying that he knows exactly what you're talking about?
That's exactly it.
The original Daily Mail article on you posted just a screenshot of one of the Marines. I know who it is. I'm like, leave me out of this.
Told you. So when you layer all the things, right? Like you layer all the things and you're like, they're clearly experimenting with stuff and people and things. And they're doing stuff that's like in this, you know.
Like when I find myself reminded of, you know, joked a lot of video game references and all, but there's a series of games called Mass Effect, which takes place in the future. Is a huge sci-fi thing. There's a DLC, the story.
Your business is only using.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's a DLC for one of the games. It involves your character going to like a space station or like a science lab on a different planet. That was working on some experiment to to basically weaponize like AI. In this world, like full-fledged AI is completely illegal. As you go through the game, it starts becoming more and more like a horror movie. As weird stuff starts going on, like the AI is running amok. And you start seeing like a series of these like flashbacks of like the lead scientist, like you see like the lead scientist has been working with his like autistic brother because he's making progress with him in regards to like controlling the AI. At the end of this DLC story, you get to the source of what's going on, and this AI is running amok because his brother is in constant pain because what the fuck they did to him. He's in this crazy like apparatus, like strung up like the Vitruvian Man, basically. All these wires and electrodes connected to him. And it's like, yeah, for science and progress, but like, and he might even believe like he's on the right side of things, like the story they told him, but he doesn't know like what the fuck's really being done.
Bro, okay. So remember what I told you about the small mustache man and the Yahtzees? Are you sitting down? Okay, just making sure you're sitting down. Just making sure you're sitting down.
Back in the 40s, and then sent them over here with Operation Paperclip. Now this can get into a whole different conversation. But they had some discs that they recovered.
The Nazis did.
The Nazis developed the stuff, but it wasn't stable. So when they brought them over here, of course, you had the best scientists who were already working on this kind of stuff that were able to amplify it somehow. Now that you have the U.S. government backing you, giving you citizenship, basically giving you right to do whatever you want because they need your help. And this is how NASA was created, because it was a German who created this. It was also the CIA and the FBI were created by these people too.
Yeah, everything you're saying now, I can tell you is definitively factual. Like,
It's not conspiracy.
Werner von Braun, Arthur Rudolph, basically the NASA Saturn project was a transplantation of the Nazi space program. And then you had Richard Mita, Victor Schauberger, a lot of these guys, Enrique Wanda, who were working on lenticular iridine saucers. Either they moved over to the U.S., or in Mita's case, I believe there's speculation he worked on the Avatar project, the Canadian version. Schauberger, I know the Army Counterintelligence Corps tricked into giving all of his exotic propulsion stuff to the U.S., and that made it actually Brookhaven National Labs, which Nick Cook documented.
So and that even brings up the question, like, did we even really win World War II if that happened? If we took the brightest minds, the top military leaders of the Third Reich, and brought them here, and they basically got into positions of power and influenced our government and created intelligence agencies, which they wanted to replicate in Nazi Germany, we are living present day of what they wanted to accomplish back in the 40s. I speak fluent German. I know a lot about German history, and I know for a fact that
this is like this Philip K. Dick Man in the High Castle narrative, but like an undercover version or something. Where so if they infiltrated our highest ranks, which they sort of did, but do you think they sort of maintained Nazi allegiances?
Well, look at what happened with Ukraine. And this is what people don't talk about. Look at them waving Nazi flags. A lot of the people that went out of Nazi Germany went and occupied that area. There's Nazis here. I mean, look at some of the prisons and stuff like the Aryan gangs. But yes, there's societies that have Nazi influence in them. I can tell you for a fact. So what Hitler wanted to achieve was a militarized police force. What do we have now? A militarized police force. We have basically healthcare, some free healthcare. They have some sort of system for education, which is what they wanted to do. They wanted to basically put a ban on smoking a whole lot because they wanted healthier people. And it's funny because even as a Freemason, one of the things that Hitler despised was us as Freemasons because of the secrecy that we have in the way that we do rituals, which, is nothing spectacular to an extent because it's just tradition. But one of the things that he liked was how we kept things very secret and very word of mouth, i.e. What we call a pass and a grip. So a password and then a grip is obviously a handshake, depending on what degree you are, demonstrates what kind of grip you will give. And then, of course, there's some grips that you give in the public and there's grips that you give only behind the doors of a lodge.
No, I mean, yeah, like Werner von Braun, Rudolf Hess, Himmler, all these guys were really interested in the occult.
Everybody on that top level was, because that's so part of this Council of Foreign Relations.
In the what? In the occult. And that's supposed to be who?
Top scientists.
No, I'm saying, but what entity though?
That's
something that helped set up the
Satan.
CIA. Yeah. Well, do you think most of these people that were?
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I think I think it's the same.
That's what the CFR at the time, they were people who were read into the occult or participated themselves in some of these societies. That's how they learned the secrecy in these programs, was based off of these organizations that know how to keep things compartmentalized. That should sound familiar. So they keep people segmented, and then they basically bring people onto those segmented parts to basically stay in their lane. This is how you have different divisions and different things that people work on that basically integrate into a bigger picture.
You're almost implying that they're like control systems that go deeper than just, NDAs and this is your
very
directive.
much so. That is the truth, and this has happened for thousands of years. This is no different. The only difference is the people who exist today are taking the influence from the past and still implementing it. So when the next person steps in line, they get to do the same thing and basically keep it going the same way. Then it never changes. The only thing that changes is when you have people like Jake, for example, who come forward and expose what their personal experiences are and basically try to not necessarily shatter the secrecy, but they want certain parts of the secrecy to be out so that way humanity can benefit. I don't have a problem with that.
That's what I was getting at. So like, while we're paying our taxes and working and doing whatever, these people really believe this stuff for real. And they're like acting on it. Like they believe in the powers, they believe in the technology, they believe in because they believe in all that stuff. Like it's actually like it's part of their thing. Like they really, truly believe that stuff. That's what I was getting at. So while we think that stuff is not, it's like, oh, spirits and this kind of stuff, it's not real. And, it's kind of some mumbo jumbo. I think it's way more real than we give it credit for, is what I'm saying. Like way, 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 way. So I think that the people at the top may not be, and I know what you're saying, like the higher ups in the military, but I'm thinking like, again, there's like the military and then there's like the people that tell them what to do. And I think that that's what we're talking about. And I think we're talking about the people that tell them what to do. The people that actually like have run and operate the technology that they allege that we don't even have. That's what I believe. I'm coming to the realization that that's closer to what is really going on here. You know what I'm saying? Like if I had to, I think that's closer to what's really going on here, if I had to guess. And the stuff that we think that is just like crazy, not possible, no way that they had flying machines back in the day, no way that they do any of this, I think all that stuff is real. I legitimately think all that stuff is real. And this planet got smoked in some way, shape, or form, and everything got wiped out except for like a handful of people. And then those handful of people have been trying to like regather and re-put back what those abilities were. Meanwhile, there's another sect that, I think whoever they were fighting, I think that there's another sect that is off in the ocean somewhere, like laying low until it's time for them to come back out again. And in the meantime, they're making sure that the assholes that are running around up here with us don't get too far out of pocket. That's what I think is going on.
I hope there's some checks and balances.
I think that the only checks and balances is them turning off the nuclear weapons once or twice, or like they've done it, right? Like there's a bunch of stories where they flew right over some of our Minutemen, and like turned everything on and like turned everything off. They've done it here and they've done it in Russia too. They've documented in Russia that they're like, whatever the hell this thing was came, floated over the top, all of our stuff turned on, clock started ticking, we couldn't turn anything off, and it looked like they were gonna freaking fire. And that was right at the exact same time when America's was pointing over here and theirs was pointing over there. And once we realized that theirs took off, basically we hit the button too, because it was like mutually something destruction. Basically, like,
destruction.
Yes. So essentially, we have to fire ours before they blow them up. So the second we recognize that they're in the air, we have to fire them, because the worst thing is if they get blown up on the ground.
Yeah.
So everything's got to go. So the second we realize that once we've detected that they've fired the business our way, then we got to fire the business their way. So while the tensions were high, these machines flew over the top of them and like turned everything on and like started the countdown and was like, and then just turned everything off. And they were like, we don't know how they did it. We don't know how to. And so they were like, what the fuck? And the same thing has happened over here on this side. So it would kind of make sense, right? If there was like these two warring, and one was kind of up here amongst us, another was like, yo, we're going to take it and we're going to go chill down there where you guys can't get to us. And we'll just be down there until it's time for us to come back. That's what I kind of think is happening right now, bro. And I don't know whether time to come back means another ship's coming. I don't know if that means that there's going to be some crazy cataclysm, meaning like everything from they're talking about the poles shifting and all that stuff. We might get hit by a space rock. It might be, I don't know what, but there will be some upheaval at some point.
Yeah.
I think the clock is kind of, I think that that cycle is, I think we're closer to something happening than not happening is what I have a sneaky suspicion.
That's the vexing thing, man. Like, whether on that level or just like the social level, like somebody's clearly playing in our face, man.
Big time. Absolutely.
Got people riled up, like we're just trying to live our lives as SBA. People foaming at the mouth trying to kickstart freaking race war.
Why do you think that is? It keeps you distracted.
Yeah, exactly.
Keeps you distracted, Well,
our power is to be a Robinus, blind, like clearly you know who the enemy are. Y'all stay fucking with us.
Yeah. That very same military, right? Including the small mustache people that came from that one place over there, right? That have been sucked into our CIA and NASA and all that stuff, right? And our defense department that hasn't been able to balance a budget, has got trillions of dollars that have just like disappeared that we don't know where it went. What are the chances that that's the people? Like, what if it's just them?
So your argument about like, without the good guys, like, who in their right mind be comfortable doing it to a large amount of people? Making the gas chambers specifically for their purpose. Making camps specifically for their purpose.
Think about it, bro. If we actually intentionally did that earthquake in Indonesia and killed a quarter and ended the life of 250,000 people. I'm just saying that's more likely to be the truth than cosmic Santa Claus. That's what I'm saying.
And even how shot that concept is, okay, use a machine to cause an earthquake or tsunami, kill 250,000 people, to kidnap some kids, to summon spaceships to shoot down. What?
But bro, what did I tell you? What did I tell you about that thing that happened in the Navy? That dude, Walgren or whatever, that shot down that where they shot down that thing. That's what they've been doing. Like, that's not even some news. They've been doing that since the 40s. 40s and 50s. Crazy, huh?
Again, like, curious parallels there. Now, we might be closer. Again, seemingly the ones in the bother seem to be ones that just don't want to be bothered. They seem to be the ones we stay fucking with.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you know what's funny, crazy? Do you know any black people that have ever been abducted by aliens?
I have never heard a black person with such.
Is that weird? Is that what? Why is any in the whoever's left in the chat? Has anybody heard of any black people ever being abducted by aliens? Are aliens racist? Do we just not talk about it, or does it not ever happen? I'm dead serious. I've never seen a black person say I got abducted.
Ever.
Is that weird? I mean, maybe I haven't looked hard enough, but I really don't think I've heard of a black person being abducted. Dude,
shout out to the Grays, dog. It is crazy.
I mean, I don't know. I've never seen. Nobody's ever heard of them. See, do they not like us? Are we not interesting? Maybe the aliens are checking on their creations. Whoa. I had a similar thought. Maybe the Most High would not be happy if they took us from this planet. I don't know, man. Maybe, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe I think maybe we are the closest thing to the didn't Will Smith show us how to handle it? Yeah, man, he punched him. That's what I'm saying. I've been trying to train y'all up so y'all can punch him. Anyway,
I might have to see you that clip. Patrice O'Neal and Jim Norton just trashing Independence Day is hilarious. It was that scene is about how they got on his nerves. Like he loved the first half of the movie, like the arrival, like the countdown, like because that felt like that's how that would be in real life. Everybody like, what the hell?
The build up. Yeah.
After he goes down, like the the first like dog fight or whatever, Will Smith gets out of this plane. Also, the suit pushes an alien out. Like not even the alien punched out his suit.
Yeah. Like, really, bro? Really, bro? Like, really? That's how it's gonna go. Like, really? Y'all couldn't think of a better way of making that happen? A cooler way? I mean, I guess it's like made for TV. Hey, man, Jerome, look, I'm just saying that recently I went down the rabbit hole a couple times and I've been hearing experiencers tell their stories. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I wonder if any of the aliens ever took Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never heard a brother be like, yo, I opened my eyes and a little gray man was standing at the foot of my bed and levitated my ass out the front door.
That's crazy. Most black folks have seen ghosts, but never aliens.
Yeah.
Because my mom has a story.
I have a story about an entity for sure.
Yeah,
So I believe they exist. That's what I'm saying. I believe there are spirits and things on this planet moving around out here for sure. I don't know whether they occupy space. I don't know if they're just like out and around. I don't know if if they're tied to a home or tied to a place or a building or whatever, tied to the cemetery. I don't know if they can just float around and go or whatever, right? But the whole thing about them needing a body to do whatever they got to do makes a lot of goddamn sense. And my honest opinion, every time I think about someone committing doing a really heinous crime, like just doing a kind of thing where I'm just like, what in the hell would possess a person to do a thing like that? In my head, I'm like, that's the only thing that I can think that could make a person do some of the crazy things that I hear some of these people do. That's the only way I could think of it. Women see spirits. Do you think maybe we're like impervious? You think maybe like we're too close to our third eye being open, like we can't be fooled as easily?
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying? There's got to be a reason. Maybe they don't.
Now I'm getting into some other shit, bro. And I'm thinking, okay, if that's true, the planet the constant fucking with us, keeping our cortisol level spiked.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's all tied together, I think. I think it's all tied together, dog. I think it's all tied together. And I think the whole, even just like the structure of religion is also, I think it's all kind of tied in there. Like I said, I don't think it's untrue. I think it's way more literal than we think.
I've been giving the Catholic Church side off forever, so
see, I know they hiding all sorts of stuff. I think they got a UFO up under the Louvre. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the women, yeah, man. I really think, let's see, Celadella never seen spirits, but I'm damn sure I felt them. Yeah, buddy. Like I said, one day I'll tell y'all a ghost story. I got a ghost story that'll rattle you pretty good. Maybe one day we'll do a story time.
That's a wild one.
Yeah.
This is the one you told me.
Yeah. That's just real. That's real. That's just very real. Absolutely real. Absolutely real. Without a doubt.
Myself is like,
yeesh, yeah.
That level.
Yeah. Real talk. It's a real. So anyways, so you see what I'm saying, Broken Blade? How I think I'm when you start like kind of layering the things on top of each other, and you're like, because I think we've always been we've treated these things as separate things that have happened, and never really like put the spiritual thing and like, considered that maybe it was an actual tangible thing, like it could actually be a flesh and bone or an actual ship or or even a strategy on how to deal with people and whatever. Let's see. I lived in a house with a spirit as a child. Never felt alone. That house was creepy as hell. Yeah, man, that's wild. That's wild that you stay there. I lived in a place that had something in it, and I left when I realized what it was. I got the fuck up out of there expeditiously.
So we had a couple of instances, like my older sister, and fortunately at the time we couldn't get out. But
oh yeah,
it was like two occasions, like a duplex we were in. Small, me and my two sisters, older and younger, we all shared one bedroom. There was two occasions we were in the house by ourselves. She leave room for something, come back in a panic, and we all have to push the bed in front of the door. Both times she saw a shadow of a person that was attached to nothing. She one occasion she went down, about to go downstairs, go to the kitchen, saw something standing on the door, standing on the stairwell, and looked up at her. The other time, some months later, she was about to go to the bathroom, saw one near the toilet. Yeah.
Yeah, dog. I keep my spirit. I try to keep my spirit. Bro, I'm telling you, I don't even really drink. Just because I see that as being like a way they get in.
Absolutely.
I think it's just like it's like the second you have some sort of a weakness, the second you're not feeling sure of yourself, you're not feeling confident, you're feeling sad or hurt or just whatever. I think if you ain't, and I think maybe the more conscious of spirituality that you are, the easier I think maybe you might be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Let's see, from Louisiana, nice ghosts, spirits, phantoms, and Halloween. Okay, so Braxton, do you know anybody that has, shout out to MC Recover and Relapse. Braxton, have you known any Black people though that have said that they've been abducted? Do we just not get abducted? Damn, aliens are hella racist.
Or they might be on code. Damn. Dang, maybe. This was like low key shout out to the Grays. Like they're the cousins. They are cousins. Leave them alone.
Right. Leave them alone. They good. That's funny. That's real funny. Let's see. Was it Barney and Betty Hill at the time I heard about Black people being abducted by UFO? Are the only time. Barney and Betty Hill. Okay, we gotta look that up. Don't these aliens know we close the border? The chat is undefeated. The chat is undefeated. For Black people being abducted, no, I've ever. As far as supernatural, paranormal, different story. Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously there's like voodoo and hoodoo, and I think that we know that there's spirits and such, but full blown being abducted, I don't think that's something that I don't know. Maybe we're not attractive to them. Maybe we, maybe it's like they want to see the albino pit bull. You know what I'm saying? Like they like what the hell is this? What the hell's wrong with this thing? Why the hell can't this thing get it together? Keeps wanting, the little pink thing keeps sticking out, keep wanting to hump my leg and shit. And blow everything up. Either wants to fuck everything or blow everything up. What the Jesus Christ? What's wrong with this thing? Can't get right.
That's real, man. Said that before. The first two questions they asked are any new technology. Can we kill with it? Can we fuck it?
That generally is it, right?
Photography.
Yo, the Defense Department and the Defense Department and the corn what you call it?
Industry, absolutely.
They're just like two of the biggest spenders in our country, which is messed up. Some cool shit. Anyways, man, look, that was fun. Boy, we had the Kofi on tight tonight. Boy, we went all over. But you see how it all kind of comes together?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was telling you. I'm like, bro, I think there's something else going on. I think there's something way, way, way more. I think these people are playing in our face, and they've been trying to trick us into not believing that any of that stuff is real. Meanwhile, if you look at their actions and where the money is disappearing to and the stuff that they really spend money on or really try to again, bro, the fact that the small mustache man sent all them people to Antarctica and they were and he's scouring the earth looking for the Ark of the Covenant and all, it's like, you don't do that unless you really believe in it. You just don't dedicate resources.
You don't get a shot like that, or
and then those guys leave there, then they come here, and then all of a sudden they're part of NASA, and then NASA owns the interior of the pyramid.
Yeah, what the
flying wing of the Luftwaffe, and then all of a sudden we got B-2 bombers. Like, wait, what? Like, I'm sure shocked. I'm so shocked that nobody put those together. Like, flying wing over there, flying wing over here. Right? Like, anyway, We've been on here way too long. Thanks for the stream. I don't know when I was sleep watching. Ain't gonna be you guys. We didn't really get too deep into the ghost stories just yet. But like I said, man, look, I think you do have to keep your heart straight. You got to keep your, you got to be on some, you got to keep your, you got to keep your intentions good.
Absolutely.
You got to keep your intentions good. And as long as you keep your intentions good, you should be all right. But, if your intentions are bad or you're on some, bull, then I could see how, somebody can come a knocking. Next thing you know, you're taking out the ex-girlfriend and her fam bam or something. Perfect calm for this time of year. I guess we are warming up for Halloween, huh?
Do some wild shit on Halloween. Yes, we bust up those stories.
We might have to. We might do that Halloween, like Halloween stream.
Yeah.
What day is it? Okay, that's in a week. Okay, probably do something like that. Do a Halloween stream. Do something special. That'd be pretty dope. Oh yeah. By the way, if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. Hit the like button on your way in and or out. We're on the road to 2,000 subs. God damn it. We're gonna try to get there. 2,000 subs. We're at like 1,800 and something. We were stuck at 16 and some change for a long time, and then we've been going hard for these last couple of weeks. Getting our YouTube legs back, streaming twice a day. So I streamed my class earlier today. Broken Blade and I did. So I'm doing these boxing classes, guys. Here, hold on. If you guys want a class, if you guys want to take a class, if you guys want to box and you're just really not sure what to do. And again, this is just, look, I'm offering up an organized class so that if you don't know what to do, if you just want to freaking, I'll just give you some simple instruction and we can just bang on the bag a little bit every single day. I'm going to try 6 days a week at least. I'm going to stream a class. Let me see. Where's my channel at? Hold on. So the Project 8020, that was my old, the channel that I started first. That was supposed to be the fitness class or fitness channel. That is this channel right here. If you're not already subscribed to it, please do me a favor. Go over there, subscribe. I just put it in the, I really like the one too. You know what it is? Solo Dolo. Look, man, you don't want to get injured. The way your body lines up, the safest way to throw punches is straight down the middle. People start getting hurt when they start throwing hooks for a couple of different reasons. And I'll explain it to you. So what happens is when you throw hooks, you can actually generate a lot more energy with the rotational when you're throwing shots with rotation, right? So like that's not always the case. Okay, that's not always the case. Because like a donkey kick or a back kick, you can actually generate a hell of a lot of force. But usually, your round kick, all of your hooks, whenever you're snapping things this way and twisting your body, you can generate a lot of torque, a lot of energy. Have you seen somebody take a spinning back fist, back elbow? Or a spinning back fist? Have you ever seen somebody take a spinning back fist? Right? Yeah. Like it's crazy how much energy you can actually generate that way. It's like it's strange. I mean, it's real nuts that you can do that, because you can really, when you're twisting yourself around like that, you can generate a lot of torque. But also what happens is you can break shit too. So if you were, say, doing a spinning back fist and someone got close to you and stopped you and hit you at the elbow, you could break your own arm.
Yeah.
When you're throwing hooks, if you're behind the punch, say your hand is here and you're late, which is a lot of times a lot of people like to do. They kind of body first and then arm comes afterwards. So you want to make contact here, not back here. That's when you can mess up shoulders. That's when you get boxer's fractures. That's when you can mess up your wrist. So throwing hooks sometimes is not the safest all the time. And the shortest distance between a point and its target is a straight line. So if I ever get in a fight, I'm going straight down the middle. I'm going right down Broadway. I'm going 1, 2. I'm going right 2, right down the middle, and I'm only gonna throw hooks or whatever if I know I'm not gonna get hit. Otherwise, I'm gonna stay behind my punches and go straight down the pipe. So I kind of practice that a lot. But yeah, I throw the 1, 2. But what I will say is that why you throw the overhand right? Because I don't a hook from the backside. I again, this is just an Alvin boxing philosophy. I feel like you're a little too open. So I either throw it here, or if you do throw it, it's like a cross between like a hook and an uppercut, like a hook to the body, like a low hook to the body. Is what I'll throw if I do that. But like what you would think is like a hook on the front and then a hook on the back, I don't generally throw those. If I do, I know whatever's punching ain't punching back.
Yeah.
Like I just don't. So I don't even teach, kind of a traditional hook from the backside. It's either an overhand or a low kind of hook to the body, which is kind of closer to an uppercut. Yeah. But because also too, I need to make sure that you don't get hurt. Like I'm the coach, right? So if I'm coaching you what to do, and then you, even if I'm not there, but you're trying to do what I'm doing, and then you freak around and jam yourself up and you get hurt, then that's not good for anybody. So my goal is to be able to get you as fit as I possibly can and get you all the way through your workout without injuring you. So even the exercises that I choose when I do, like when I train people, if it's a likelihood that you might hurt yourself, I don't do it. Like, for example, I generally won't do like a forward lunge, even though a forward lunge is totally doable and not a big deal. But what happens is I think a lot of people do them wrong. And if I'm not there to fix and correct you, then there's a chance you might injure your knee. I prefer you do a backward lunge where you step back onto the leg, onto your lunge. And I think that's a safer thing to do. Like I'll teach instead of doing like a front squat, sometimes if you're not that stable and I can't be there, I'd rather you do like a suitcase deadlift or a sumo deadlift, meaning the weight's on the bottom. It's a lot harder to get that wrong. So, whenever you start training and you start seeing a lot of bodies, there's certain injuries and certain exercises that people tend to get injured on, or they tend to hurt themselves or whatever. So I stay away from those unless I know that I'm either there to coach and like fix you and touch you to make sure you don't do anything wrong. And if I have to do it verbally, then there's like the verbal bucket where I'll be like, yeah, you could do those and you could totally get by on all that stuff. And then there's the other bucket of stuff that, it's like, oh, you could get yourself injured. I know a little bit of jiu-jitsu. I know a little bit. Let's see, ever tried Hard Knocks Cafe before? No. What's
Just
that?
check the website. It looks pretty good.
Was it it's a gym?
That's a soul food restaurant in San Francisco.
Oh, did they just open it? Oh, yes, I have had Hard Knocks. I used to live over there. Man, I used to have there was a dude I used to know named Mike. He used to smoke blunts. He used to come over after work. He used to bring some fried chicken and some black eyed peas through. I lived up the street from there. I used to bounce. So there's a bar called Trader Sam's that's like on like a couple of blocks away from Hard Knocks. That was a bar I used to work at. I used to work security at a bar next to Hard Knocks. It was okay. It was soul food. It was all right. It was not like it was good for San Francisco. Can I say that? Yeah, I've totally had yeah. It was good for try Hard Knocks. Yeah, Hard Knocks. Yeah, I've had it before. I've had quite a bit. It's good for San Francisco, but like if you were like from the South and you were to come, I don't know that you would be satisfied. It's like I don't want to say it's like white people soul food, but it's like it's not. It doesn't have all the soul. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
it's good, but it's just not like. It's not like Louisiana. Yeah. Thank you. I'm from the South. Yeah. You wouldn't be, I don't think you would be, if you've had real, like if you're from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, if you're from down there and like, like your grandma, auntie, baked macaroni, greens, black eyed peas, fried. If you really know what that's all about, then this it'll be okay. Like I said, it's okay for San Francisco. But if you're from down there, like you won't be impressed.
Yeah, I figured you want to hit up Oakland for soul food if you're in that area.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm from Oakland. I used to work in South. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. King here from Oakland. Okay. What's up, man? I got to get over there, bro. I haven't been over to Oakland in a long time. I haven't been over there in a while. I got to go kick it. Bro, I haven't seen a black girl in so long. Hey, ran them all the way out of San Francisco, bro. I haven't seen a black girl in so long. Jesus. I'm dead serious. I have seen 0 black women in the last like 2 months, month and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, there ain't no black girls in San Francisco. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. I saw a girl today. Goddamn. Was it today? Did I go to the grocery store today? I saw a girl in Safeway just today. And man, broken blade.
Yeah.
She looked like a Muppet, and then she had drawn on her eyebrows and had the eyelashes, and she was trying to act like she was too I intentionally didn't make eye contact and kept it pushing, but it was
I wish they liked themselves more, man.
Me too. And I'm pretty sure she was wearing a wig. There was no natural nothing. It was really disappointing. That's so crazy that you said that. I'm like, I haven't seen any black. And I was like, oh wait, I did see a black. Like just today at the grocery store, just literally today. No, is it yesterday? Yesterday. All the days are running together. It's yesterday. Yeah, it's yesterday. Anyway, he said, I barely look at Keisha in a while. I don't. Yeah, me too. That's sad, but I do too. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a real thing. Me neither. Sometimes if I'm like walking on the street, like I try to sometimes I try to make eye contact just to see, and they'll be like, they'll look away or look down or try to pick up their phone. Sometimes I just gotta, sometimes I just look just to see. And then as they pass, I start kind of chuckling to myself because I'm like, loser. But whatever. Caronian succotash. This is spirit in them. That's nasty. Damn, black women, get it together, bro. Look. I mean, yikes. Ouch. You know what I'm saying? Damn, it's so I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. It's not good, but they've done some real. Because I don't want to talk down on my people. Jerome, man, look, I hate, you know what I'm saying? It's like your cousin or something. It's like you can talk shit about her, but you don't want nobody else to. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else can. It was them big old, it was like them butterflies. She just had them Muppet eyelashes. She had them Muppet eyelashes and then her eyebrows were drawn on. And they just it just didn't look natural. It just didn't look natural. And I just what the hell happened that you ain't got your eyebrows for real? She looked young enough, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but we can't be talking in public because we're finding out that, they be using that stuff against us. So I try not to get too wild in person. Oh yeah. So back to what I was saying. So if you guys have a heavy bag or you guys want a box and you're just like, I'm just not really sure what to do. And you know what? It'd be nice to have a little bit of structure. Then I've been doing 10 rounds. I've been organizing the combinations. Broken Blade's been doing it with me. So, you know what I'm saying? So I told him I was going to do it and he's like, I'll do it with you. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. So we've been getting after it. The past, it was 3 days this week already, 4 days.
Yeah, it's something.
3-4 days. Yeah, every day. Travel to Honduras. They got some. I bet you we could probably find somewhere. They got Afro Hondurans down there. Probably got some dark skinned Hondurans.
I would say this, like what they gotta do, like about my church. I have seen not many. There's a handful of black women there that seem to be acting right.
That's cool.
Feminine, friendly, and married. Huh.
Okay.
And the husband seemed happy.
Okay.
Like that's what's up.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. We need more of that. We do. We need more of that. Be watching Shadowboxing. Hey, Solo Dolo, that's I've been waiting on a phone call and an email. I'm gonna touch base with you in just a minute as soon as I get off the phone with you. But after I get off of here. But yeah. So if you guys, we're doing the fitness thing. Like we're doing the side, we're gonna try to get our fitness together. So, if you guys are into it, I'm kind of flooding the zone. So basically I'm either doing the class live at 10 or noon. It's been noon lately, 12:15, but I'm trying to get it to 10:15, but my clients keep pushing me late. But what I'm doing is I'm repeating the workout. I'm reposting the workout, rebroadcasting the workout periodically throughout the day for the whole day. But I'm not making it available for you to go back to. So if you got to catch it live, so turn your notifications on. I'm going to try to do it 3 a.m. Pacific at least, 6 a.m. Pacific at least. And then I think I'm probably going to do one at night. I'm still kind of figuring out what that's going to be. And then also at 10 and at noon. And usually the 10 or at noon is the one that I'm going to roll all the way through to the next day. And then I'll do a new broadcast, and then I'm going to roll that all the way through to the next day. So that's kind of how I'm structuring it for now. And I'm just taking the shotgun approach. So at least that one workout will get posted at least 4, maybe 5 times throughout the day. And then the workouts will live on another channel and or my website. But again, 10 as of right now, I'm good. We're probably going to build up to 12 rounds. But as of right now, as we're kind of getting everything started and people seem to be popping in and popping out. I think yesterday, a couple of people looked like they at least watched for most of it, And again, my feelings aren't hurt. I was telling Broken Blade, to me, I'm a perfectionist when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I'm like practicing, and I'm tweaking little things here and there, and like, okay, I think that was a little bit better. That combination was hard. Oh, that was kind of easy. Oh, I needed to make it a little bit more difficult. Oh, that music didn't match the combination. Oh, I should have been power there instead of speed there instead of power. So I'm still kind of figuring it out. So as we're building it, I'm getting getting it all together. So now is a great time to be able to kind of just jump in and be like, oh, let's see what he's doing. And to be honest with you, I'll show you. I'll put it right here. I have let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So we're figuring it out. But again, what I found is, and the reason why I'm doing it this way is, what I found is a lot of people have punching bags or heavy bags at home. And what'll happen is they'll get on it, they'll punch on it for a little bit, they'll punch themselves out, not exactly sure what to do, and then they'll quit. And it's like, maybe they work up a full sweat, maybe they don't. And it's not because it's just because it's like, if you don't have the structure exactly, you're like, I don't know what to do. And maybe I will set up my timer, but maybe not. And, but if I say, okay, you're only going to do this punch, and this punch, or this combination and that combination, that's it. It's like A, B, A, B, A, B for the whole 3 minutes. And then and then switch stances. It at least gives you a structure to stay in. You're like, oh, I have enough time for me to really focus on this one combination, right? And then you can say, okay, like, and Broken Blade, when you hit the bag just right, it makes that thump, that the right thump sound, or like the bag kind of hops instead of pushing it, it kind of hops. You're like, oh, okay, that's okay. So I got to get that timing right. Where's There it is. Okay, I gotta do that again. There it is. There it is. And you can start to get your distance right. And you can start to figure out like, okay, I know where to aim. I know where the bag is. I know where you aim just below the surface of the bag. And once you start doing that, you then you can pick up the tempo. You can add a little bit of power. Then you can throw in some of the other punches. Then you can start tying them together. So it comes with practice. And so what I found is just as a guy that doesn't really like group classes and that kind of stuff, I'm teaching a type of class that like I would take. Like as a guy that doesn't like to do that kind of stuff. And so hopefully, I think, I just haven't seen anybody do it this way. I really haven't. I haven't seen anybody do it this way. I really, not even close. I haven't seen anybody do it this way. So hopefully, what's that?
The come up is inevitable.
I hope so. I think so. I think we're doing I feel pretty good about it. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing too, like we get done, I'm pretty cooked. I'm pretty tired. Like even if I'm like, cause I have to be able to speak to you guys. So I gotta be bumping the rev limiter. So I gotta stay, kind of in that area.
Earlier. I came in kind of late. You asked me how I felt. It took me a couple seconds
to get going. Yeah. So I mean, as the more we do it and we get into a rhythm, and again, I was telling him, I'm like, there's a couple of rounds there where I kind of blacked out and I looked up and I was like, oh, there's only 30 seconds left. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. And I think that's what, and then soon we'll, like I said, cause the eventual goal is to do a warm up 12 rounds and then a cool down and a stretch. But that's, thanks, Jerome. Appreciate you, bro. Free. I'm dead serious. Free broadcast. I'm a free class. You could take your phone. If you have a gym that has a heavy bag, put your headphones in, throw the phone up so that you can see it. I think I got a good enough. I think the instructions are big enough for you to be able to see from a solid distance. And, you could just do, you don't even have to listen to me. You could just look at because the clock is on there too. So the clock is on there with the instructions. You don't even need to listen to me or whatever, or tablet. Yeah. And it's like, okay, at least there's like a structure for you to be like, okay, now I know I got a couple combinations that I can work, a couple things that I can do. And whenever I'm doing boxing classes, sometimes I'm like, bro, instructors are always trying to get cute and trying to get you to do all sorts of stuff. And then it's like, switch. And it's like, bro, let me just do that last combination for a minute. Let me just do that for a little while and get that. And then I'll move on to the next thing. So hopefully with this, it's like enough to where you're like, you can practice some of these, just 2-punch, 3-punch, 4-punch combinations, 5-punch, 6-punch combinations, without too much trying to do too much. It's like, no, stand there, bang, 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 which is why I call it a heavy bag. It's a bag conditioning class. It's like, we ain't trying to be fancy. I'm not trying to teach you all kinds of fancy footwork, a whole bunch of whatever. And eventually, once the group starts to grow a little bit and people will be like, hey, you think you could do this or that? And once people start asking for more complicated things, then maybe I'll start slipping that stuff in. But until then, you really don't need it. You really don't. Like, you really don't. So anyways, bro, this has been crazy. 4 hours. This y'all are out of control. Yo, road to 2000, man. Me and Broken Blade are like, we're grinding. Bro, we've been on stream for 5 hours today. Yeah. An hour earlier and 4 hours now. I'm going to sleep like a rock. My eyes are like bleeding. I got so much shit to do tonight. Damn. That's crazy. Anyway, well, good shit, man. Thank all of you guys for coming through, hanging out, man. It was fun to just kind of put the tin hat kufi on and talk about aliens for a little while. I really, truly appreciate that. I'm sure people were like, what the hell is up with these dudes? What the fuck is going on over there? Yeah, man. We're we're trying not to get kicked off of YouTube is what's really happening. I'm trying to stay off of YouTube's radar for a little while, and I want to hurry up and push us to 2,000. I was talking to Broken Blade. I said there's not a lot of channels between like 2,000 to like 10,000 subscribers. It's like once you kind of hit 2,000, it's almost like YouTube's like, all right, then, and then you start kind of growing fast. So I think once if we can hit 2, then I think what'll happen is it'll be like, pew. I have a sneaky suspicion that 2,000 is like the magic number until we get to that next step. So thank all of you guys so much for coming through and hanging out, man. Really do. I said it last night and I'm saying it again, man. I'm so thankful to be able to do this and hang out with you guys and you know, have these discussions and for us to be able to have a place for us to stay out of trouble and to kind of open up our minds a little bit. I mean, some of y'all are going to go and be like, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about that other, you know, like, you know, you hit your Google machine and be like, damn, damn, that's real. Like the moon is kind of fucked up, you know? And I'm thankful to be able to nerd out with you guys for real. You know, this is 100% me. Like, this is how I am every day. This is how I normally am. This is how I am every single day. So, no, I thank all of you guys, man. Appreciate you, Broken Blade. Sorry I kept you up so late, bro. My fault. And we will be working out tomorrow. Like I said, if you're up early tomorrow morning, like I said, 3 a.m. Pacific, workout will be going on, free broadcast. 6 a.m. Pacific tomorrow morning, free broadcast. 10:15 tomorrow, free broadcast. 12:15 tomorrow, free broadcast. So if you want to box, and if any of those times work for you, again, 10 or 12, I'm not sure which one will be the new one, but it'll be 10 or 12, one of those. I'll be doing it. So anyway, salute to all you guys, man. Thank you guys so much. I truly, truly appreciate you. And with that being said, Broken Blade, we'll catch you on the next one. We out. Peace.
Because that's just what's happening. We are winning.
We winning. We winning. We winning.